Mic check, 1, 2. Legit City on the mic. We're in. Baator Mamba continues. And we cleared out a lot of the sulfur biome. We are now going to be cooling down said sulfur as best as we can. Number goes up. Geek coming in with 70 stream streak. Shout out to you, Geek. Alright, we're good. So we are extending this box out a little bit. This is going to be our meta refinery box. And the logic here is simple. We are making a box to move out the bad gas to do meta refinery. We're gonna probably have it right here. The meta refinery idea is pretty straightforward. We're effectively going to be running the hot contents that you get after, smelting. There's a heat dump right there. We're going to be running that liquid in a steam chamber to get power from that. It's going to be nice. Okay. Why is this here? Wait, how is this here, and then just feed in, I guess. Insulated pipe, okay. There we go. And we're not changing that. Starting the stream with some jank power line logic. I mean, not pipeline logic. It is what it is, man. Okay, so we need to add naphtha in here. The refinery is going to be here after it's done. Naphtha, auto bottle. We do have a pitcher pump there. We have 2. So getting the naphtha shouldn't be too bad. Sweetos are hanging out. We get some more Sweetos. Ceramic. I guess we could just keep making some. We have a lot of clay. Otherwise, have nothing to do with it, right? 9 to 9. Gonna have a lot of coal, so we'll just do it like that. This is we're waiting for dormancy so we could analyze. And then we could get it started. Still waiting on the vacuum here. It's almost ready. Oh, I see you over there. The bins and the sweepers. That's not bad. Oh, what happened here? Did we have like a shot mid-save? That's jank. Alright, it is what it is. We don't need the rad bolt though. We just need data banks right now. So it's fine. Still doing the nuclear waste pickup on this side. It's not too bad. This one is ready. We have drop blocks with the vacuums. Pretty good, pretty good. How is the jank food storage? Minus 19. We're actually getting to a point of cold storage. Not bad. So we are at 57. We dumped a lot of the heat away with this liquid bridge. We're doing a weird heat transfer thing. This bridge is 3 tiles wide. You can build it from the outside. It transfers heat from the inside out. And then we melted a tile of ice here. That's why this tile is the same temperature as the ethanol. This allows this to get down to the target temperature a lot faster, which is -30. And then once we get that, this is going to maintain temperature a lot easier. Should be good. A little bit of a heat dump. Once we're ready, we're probably just going to remove this and the water. A little bit of smelting, a little bit of ethanol, a little bit of CO2. Still pumping. Water that we're not using yet. A lot of off-gassing from the pea dirt that we'll want to get rid of at some point. And then we're going to get geothermal here. It's not too bad. Let's move these items out. Wait. All standard. Let's move these items out. Gas dump. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Thinking of what they're going to do with the Magma biomes. Yeah, I'm starting and breaking into it now. Corium. Nuclear waste. Gold, baby. We got gold. Liquid petroleum at 200. Solid clay. Helium. Fun times. Carbon dioxide with zombie spores. And then regolith. Okay. No iron still. One of them's at 1900 C, using for a naphtha boiler. Once you boil all the naphtha, I wonder if that's going to even take up a big chunk of the magma biome. So it stops right here for us. You got another one, volcanoes. Yeah, I'm going to try to keep these sealed before we actually open it up and start using it. Alright, let's move some of the stuff out. This room is probably not going to need this. Let's just get this out of here. And then we'll just sweep everything out. Moving into naphtha. We're going to need water here. Auto bottle 7. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Now that this is a vacuum, we could actually open this if we want to start dealing with some of the pipeline shenanigans. We don't have enough steel. Oh, yeah. I want to use the water, but my oxygen's kind of hot. How much time do we have for the cool steam vent? Cool slush geyser? 4 cycles. And then once it's active, we should be okay. Do we have cold liquid otherwise? Ice. 250 polluted ice. That's what I was hoping for. Free that up. Didn't get any extra steel. Okay. Let's make sure I didn't build anything out of Electrum. Alright, looking pretty good. Gas pump made out of steel. Yeah, steel gas pump for no reason. Oops. We'll sweep the inside. This is a heavy watt conductive wire. How did I want to pull the power from here? Did I want this here or something? But then how was I going to pull power through? I have a heavy watt conductive here. I don't remember what the plan was. Feels bad. Can upgrade pumps and jennies to steel. Pump the hot water. Set up O2H2 and grab all the artifacts. Dude, grabbing artifacts is a mission, dude. It really is. I feel like the problem with grabbing artifacts is the fact that by the time you get it done, you kind of have to end the game. What I mean when I say that, though, is that this should work. The game starts lagging. And it gets to a point where it's like, yeah, I think we're done. Alright, does this lose enough heat? It looks like it does. So we're trying to start pumping out the sour gas. And we're just looping it in a room. And then we're going to put it in infinite storage, effectively. Ideally, we get it down to like 125. So this is lower than that. It's pretty good. Oh no, it can't release here. I didn't think about that. We're gonna do a weird strat that doesn't really make sense, but we'll do it. We will let Trainwreck inside again. Alright, pretty good. How much water are we at? 140 divided by 3, 50 kgs of tile. It's pretty good. This should be good enough. The high pressure vent. I have one, right? Is this plastic? It's not. So I could actually use that, huh? That's still not enough. Yeah, my other plan was probably the play. Let's go. He got it, he got it. The pressure's too high, dude. Can't really do anything about that right now. No. Pressure. This is at 29. So high pressure is same thing. 20 kgs. It's not gonna actually allow anything to flow. Yeah, we're trying to pump it, but then there's steam that's clogging out the filter. All right, so we're gonna unplug this so that if steam gets made, it doesn't get pumped into the infinite pressure. You got this, Trainwreck. Okay, so I want to sweep out this area. Okay, get rid of those items. We're gonna need a bottle of water here. Some areas were bad. I had to use liquid vent. Oof. Feels bad. Sometimes I wish there was a... I mean, there's probably easy exploit reason why they wouldn't want it. But, like, infinite gas pressure, like, vent release. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have one of those. It would be kind of nice. All right, so we don't have steel. We gotta make steel. That's really all we have. Like, we just gotta do it. So the... Oh, we're feeding the water from the cool steam vent. God damn it. I guess this is still cooling down. Yeah, we're just gonna have to reconnect this. We need to just make steel. Very abusable, man. 100%. 100%. Alright, so we're gonna have an aqua tuner here to cool down this turbine. And then we were planning to have another aqua tuner here to cool this down. No, this one was gonna do the farm. we're gonna do a chlorine chiller at a different lower temperature so that this chlorine gets use. Oh, I never plugged this in. Ha. Why is this disabled? Oh, 20,000, not 2. There we go. We're not cooling the spawn. We're not cooling the spawn. We are cooling. Oh, we're cooling this. That's right. So yeah. So what we're doing is we're going to be devoting the slush to the spawn. And then we're going to take this aqua tuner and devote it to oh, my bad, dude. Started the stream strong. Trainwreck peeps pants. Ah, man. So we are going to be devoting the aqua tuner to chilling the cool steam vent room. Right here. And the logic is because this doesn't generate enough water to do both. Our spawn's a little bit too large. So I need to, instead of splitting a little bit of cold polluted water here to cool down the cool steam vent, we're going to take this and devote it into the spawn. Kind of have to. And then that's why our pipeline looks a little bit jank. Yeah. So this insulated tile we're going to remove. We need these guys to be able to breathe and be strong. Okay, another thing we could do is how much activity? 30 cycles. All right, we'll keep the water there. I was gonna take the water and dump it into the cooling loop up top. Probably not wise. Let's move out the stuff so we have a clean interior. Let's grab the copper. All right, so we know this is gonna be set up for the AQ. We have to flip it like that. So pipeline, thermal, we'll go with copper here. Run the lead wire, probably like that. Yeah, I deleted tons of steam. Had to use steam turbines to convert it to water after 100 cycles. Still have a big steam room left, 400 kg per tile. Damn. Yeah, man. We magically deleted a lot of steam over here. Alright, so this is a weird setup. We are effectively running the steam in a little setup like this, but it's still going to be overpressured. The logic is that once it's filled up like this, we could just deconstruct. That's going to forcefully release the steam from the pipelines. And then my steam turbine here is going to be able to pull it out. But yeah, we got to clean that up. Now the problem is that's a slow process. Slow process, man. Now steam is lighter than sour gas, so it's gonna float up. So this weird kind of shape right here is to catch the steam. This goddamn steam. I guess the other way to do it is to move the sour gas down. Yeah, submerging, that could be the other play. This might actually take a while. The other play could be canister filler. Take the bottle and just release it. That's probably also kind of jank. We'll just do this for now as a weird stopgap. Yeah, just a little bit of oil. You know what? We'll try that. That's water. Just a drop of nuclear waste. Oh my god. Maybe here instead, so that we can build a tile there. Kind of like that. Alright, once he's able to go in, build this, the electrums inside. He can grab that by himself. Okay. Minus 28, minus 25. Our food freezer is almost ready. Okay, so this is built. So pipeline goes into here. We want to cool this. Goes out to here. We're not going to need this loop anymore. So the pipeline very easily goes up this way. We're probably going to bridge this over, because it's going to go here, here, here. Cool this down and then go back. This is going to look like that. This is going to look like this. And we kind of need this bridge, that bridge. Let's cut that for now. Not going to need the bottom. I do kind of want to empty out all the water, so we're going to give it some time. You know what's the one thing I was kind of curious about? Why did they make it so that ladders can't be behind the liquid shutoff? You know, there's a lot of buildings that just float. And they've made it so that ladders can't be behind this, so navigating the game is kind of tough sometimes. There's a mod for that, right? That allows you to build ladders behind everything. I feel like that would make this a little bit nicer. Not gonna lie, man. Alright, so if we have that set up, I guess it doesn't really matter where. We can put it here for now. We will want to run this. We'll take the aluminum here. Wait. These two. This goes down. Aluminum. Insulate. Trim that. So on the way back, it chills down this turbine, that turbine, and then this right here. This is 69 degrees, or at least we're trying to cool it down. Water is at like 29. Yeah, this is at 69. Okay, now we have the steel. There we go. Steel aqua tuner looks good. Lost my star rupture base on Sunday. Bugs spawned outside the cage. Why do you have a cage? Why do you have a cage? I'm not sure where I'm going with this power line. I'm not gonna lie. I guess I did need a way to pull out the power, but how was I gonna do it here? We also probably need to put a power line set up for this as well. Had to upgrade the base core to unlock some stuff, and that's what triggered the bud waves. Oh. Dude, they could spawn in the base. That's kind of scary. This over here makes sense. I kind of want to run the wire through inside the liquid line. Either way, I think we got to give that some time. Alright, so my man is stuck. No more peeing your pants. Start looking at the oil. 300 grams. That's perfect. Okay. Once you're ready, Trainwreck. We also need to build a vent there. Special spawn points that I built a cage around. Oh, I see. You're spawn camping though. The classic online video game strat. My man's is spawn camping the bugs. Hey man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, we might have to do a little bit of trimming here. Or is it because of the water? Exactly. Those bugs spawn in. They're like, dude, what's happening? Why are we dying so fast? This team sucks. And they're gonna get on the mic and yell at the other teammates in matchmaking. What are you guys doing, dude? It's like you guys never went to the training grounds back in the homeland. Why are we getting spawn camped? The most classic experience. Okay, so we're working on that. That's gonna be good. Next thing we are gonna want... Alright, my dupes are a little bit idle. Let's do a little bit of sweeping. Anything that the dupe's not swept up yet, we could do a little bit of sweeping. Clean base is an awesome base. Nice. Train rack. I need you to empty this. Have this run a little bit more streamlined. Let's go. No, it disappeared immediately. No. Alright, man, we tried. The oil got deleted. Classic shenanigans. Alright, we'll allow him in again. I should have did it too wide, yeah. Actually, we'll just do it too wide. We just gotta make the build. Tringer's got it. Tringer's got it. Alright, so on this side, we're using a little bit of hydrogen for the pump, some deodorizers, and then these pumps. We have a lot of hydrogen, but I shouldn't try to like rely on that for a lot of power. We'll eventually have to remove this and probably run it off of something else. But we have the power line there, I guess. We do want to be able to get a setup for the liquids. Not setup for liquids, but oh, that was gonna spill in, huh? I guess that's easy water. We'll have to wait for that because we can't really do too much of that right now. I try to remember to copy this without somewhere without knowing the details. Haha, yeah. I thought that there was the update recently that made it so that that's less likely to happen. That a single tile infinite pressure event would be okay. I guess it's still not working as in the way we would think it was. You might have two ATs there. You might need a big wire. Yeah. We're probably going to want to run a vacuum joint plate setup. You know what I'm actually thinking? We could do this. And then that. That's so bad, though. I probably shouldn't. I should probably do the vacuum joint plate setup on the side. Kind of like what we did over here. That makes a lot more sense. Well, yeah, the thing is that this area is almost always a vacuum, right? Like, if we look at the gas, this is spawning. But it doesn't actually go anywhere. So we could technically take use of that vacuum space and have the joint plates connect there so that this connects to the steam turbines up top. And then, yeah, I would have to pull out a wire from somewhere, probably like here or something. Or maybe even like over here. Or maybe on this side. Basically, we would just need a way of pulling out the wire. But yeah, I'm probably going to use the vacuum joint plate. That makes a lot more sense. Alright, if that's the case, we're going to need this space. We're going to need this ladder. Should be good. Okay, let's start thinking about the geothermal setup. That is going to be this area that we're going to use for main power source. We're going to be cracking in here today. There's going to be a lot of things we're going to want to set up. So how wide is this? 13. So technically I do want these to be a part of the room. But I probably need to do a couple other things first. All right, so we know that the steam turbine, steam room is going to be here, and we're going to have the turbines on top. I'm probably going to want temp shift plates made out of something that's not going to melt. Maybe coal. Tungsten, that's we don't have enough. Ceramic, the anti temp shift plate. Probably don't want to do iron, don't have too much of that. Granite, we do have granite and igneous. We have a lot more granite than we do igneous. All right, so how do we want to actually do heat transfer here? How do we actually want to do heat transfer? There's going to be a lot of ways of doing this. The biggest thing is making sure we don't use this resource. In our case, it's going to be obsidian and diamonds. Because if we accidentally use that, the dupes might pull it from here and then cause a problem. Right? So we need to make sure to not select obsidian. Or if we do it before, finish the job, and then we go in and start mining. And then this is, oh, this is about ready. We're good. 4.8. Oh, my man's trapped. Wait, no. Do this real fast. He's gonna pee his pants. He's gonna pee his pants. We're gonna make him do the job. I'm sorry, man. Can we mop up his pee still? Alright, he's free now. Crude oil. 700 grams. Oh, we have crude oil inside. That's like the best crude oil to use. Yeah, he's trapped. No, he's good. He's good. His bladder isn't full. He's chilling. He's actually just chilling. Alright, so we're leaving this alone until the vent is kind of inactive. We don't really need this yet. We are filtering through a lot of the pea water. And at some point, we're going to stop feeding this back. So we're just going to cut this line so that we don't heat up the water too much for the smelting. We still have space here to kind of take this water, put it there. And we're waiting for this to basically go dormant, so we don't need the water. Well, what we're really waiting for is this to empty out because it's pea water. That's going to break the vacuum if we remove it. Can't really do too much here right now, to be honest. So I'm probably going to be chilling for a little bit. And that means we're probably working on geothermal right now then. So if that's the case, let's think about the design. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing the heat injector right here. The good news is that we have space underneath that's in the biome to allow the magma to kind of fall down and spread. The bad news is that the magma is kind of pressurized. Because it's 1,800 kgs per tile, right? So that's kind of suck. All right, first things first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. I guess it is gonna be there. We need to move out the vent lines. We're gonna use igneous. We might as well use the granite temp shift plates. We got the obsidian ladders. This one is temporary, because once we build this, we're gonna close it. My man is still not doing his thing, yeah, which is fine. 97 degrees. Pretty good. Let's chill down for a while. Alright, they have a job now. So, heat injector design. Let's think about this. My dupes are not going to mess up. Totally perfect dupes, right? Let them go outside to do this. They're still moving out nuclear waste if they can. We still got the pitcher pump here. This is not a lot of nuclear waste, though. Okay. It's probably a slight problem. So we are just going to build some tiles. We could still stand. So we're basically pushing up the waste so it spills. And get a staircase effect. Okay. Now, the nuclear waste injector. So, we understand it's going to be a 3-tile room. And let's just say there's a wall here, right? But then this is our space that we would want to work with. So, this probably means metal wall, steel. Oh, we're going to need steel for this. We are probably gonna want door. Do we keep that vacuum? Metal? Or diamond true? Do we have diamonds? It's not discovered yet. Okay, so we will have some here, right? It's actually diamonds. Oh, dude, trace amounts. We're gonna get 60 kgs per dig. That's nothing. Each tile is 100. That's unfortunate. Oh, a little baby Treklet. He could hang out with the homies. Oh, I never selected glossies here. Oh, wow. So they're trapped. Feels bad, man. You get to hang out with them, dude. You get to join the fam. Sucrose is up to 14 tons we're producing. That's good. Sucrose is what's feeding my baby seals. And we're getting tallow, 303. At some point, we're going to move the kitchen. We'll probably do that soon, now that this is kind of ready. Minus 27. Minus 29. We're almost at even point. All right, autosave lag's gonna hit us. And then this side is just gonna be space. Now, looking at that, that's effectively right here. I guess we could make a little pocket. Huh. What temperature is lead gas? 1749. Ooh. We could get lead gas. Molten lead. Alumina. 2470. Well, Wolframite vents. Wait, is Wolframite cool? Wolframite is cool. Okay. We got some cool Wolframite. We'll take that. Might be easier to set up if we dig from this. That's true. A little bit of Magma worries me, though. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of trimming here, because I feel like we should. And then... yeah, they're working on that. I guess we should remove that. Try to put tiles there. Oh, these are sandstone. That melts at 900. That's not going to be a problem, right? Famous last words. He still hasn't moved in to do the thing. Hey man, I just want to be a little safe. Yeah, we will have steam around. We will have steam around. Oh, this is active again. That means the cooling loop is going to be ready soon. We have cut the line to here. Yep, that's good. Steel is at 134. We're out of lime. Poke shells and egg shells. Don't really want to use the fossil. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. All right, so we know that we're gonna do a heat transfer system like this. How do we want to dump heat on the left side? The simple solution is just do like a carry. And then have the liquid soak. And then that heat transfer is just gonna be, man, that ice looks like it's not messing around. And then we could just move in the material. Because there's going to be a lot of hot material that we could just sweep in at that point. Yeah, we do horizontal door, single tile heat transfer instead of two. That could be better. Probably be weird and put it in the middle. Probably do something like this so no actual contacts. Yeah, we're just low on steel right now. I'm trying to see if I can get away with minimal amount of doors. Oh, are you saying doing this? No, we're fine. I don't need to do exactly that. Hmm. Maybe we just, yeah, heat spine. Maybe we do the heat spine. I plan to do something like that, doing the maze with the dukes. So I'm wondering, I could probably not use steel and just use wolframite. Because wolframite we have a lot of. We could use that for mech doors. And the melting point's at 2926. That's kind of nice. I'm probably going to do that. So we don't have to use steel. I guess we could also use tungsten as the metal tiles. That way we save. Wolframite TC. Oh, it's ore, so it's going to be doo-doo. That's true. 15. It's better than any of the other ores, but it's still pretty bad. Okay, so we'll consider the materials later. Let's think about design for now. We're going to have metal tile contacts, and then on the right side, we know we're going to have temp shift plates, right? So we know how that design's going to work on that side. Then on this side, do we want to do a buffer cube? Basically. And do a 2-stage setup. Because in this way, we'll be able to have liquid tile here. Lead, probably, with a sensor. We get to store heat here so we don't spike up the temperature. At the same time, I don't know how important that is. Just do a normal heat transfer spine. That's probably not bad. And then we just dip that into magma. That's literally the design. Just keep it simple, I guess. Okay. Mineral. Obsidian. Do a quick change on that side. Do that there as well. Okay, we know that these are going to get removed. So we are going to have the heat right here. And we want the dupes to be able to go underneath everything, which is why we kind of designed it like this. So that we can continue digging. And extending the spine when we need to. Or even straight up moving in magma. We might actually just pitcher pump magma on top of the metal. Like, I don't mind that at all. Yeah, we got to get it started. That also reminds me, we got to put the AQ in here. Fun times, fun times. Which means more steel, baby. Gotta make as much as we can. All right, we gotta speed this up. We know what we gotta do. Is this? Oh yeah, it's a chlorine. That means we would repump this again. We're pumping down the chlorine layer, as much of it as we can. All right. None of these are hot. Yeah, none of these are hot. Okay. All right, now these two areas are a little bit weird. This is hot. This is, I guess, warm at 179C. Liquid phosphorus, not a good time. Alright, we're just gonna be moving out a lot of the debris for now. Damn. Oh, I was like, man, how did you guys sweep through the abyssalite like it was butter? They got the skills, man. Alright, train wreck though, man. We need you here, buddy. We need you to release so we can start dealing with the sour gas. Dude, 179, dude. You could very easily cook dinner at that temperature. It is what we call the fun times. It's way too hot. All right, so pipelines, expect pipelines, right? This is going to be for the AQ. And it's expected that we would have this type of setup here. Just get it built. Okay, and then we know that we're going to hold water here. Once we move out all the items, we could understand that this is going to be metal. Oh, we got the steel. That goes there. Automation. We are going to use iron here because I don't trust anything. And then I think we have to run it this way. Yeah. Gonna be a little weird to have that exposed a couple tiles, especially with the temp shift plate. I guess running it out the other way might be better. Yeah, realistically. And then we run that through the top. And then this goes out here. We know that it's going to go straight down. We're going to flip the turbines, right? So usually it's like that. We flip that so that lines up. And then we're going to need power here, of course. And then we will want to get a liquid here. Suggest using conduction panels so you could build it faster without vacuuming the area for steam turbines. You still have a little bit of heat leak with that though. Oh no, I never let him out. Alright, man, since you're already inside, finish the job. Yeah, that's my bad. Alright, release the steam. Yes. Sour gas is getting cooled. Free water? Power is powering something here. $96, $97. That's not bad. We have a lot of sour gas to pump up, and after that we got mercury at the bottom. That's gonna be fun. Alright. And the water is not even getting any amount of heat. It's coming in at 190. If you want to expand it later, conduction panels are easier to move. I feel like if we do expand, we're just only going to add like a couple more. Don't have liquid a mob, I guess. But liquid's nice though. Okay. Let's move out the solids when we can. New printables. We'll grab the spiced tofu. Steel is being made. Not anymore. Dude, lime bottleneck. The classic. Let's go with a little bit more. This is not running because we don't need to. My man peed his pants again. It's my bad. With the right liquid, yeah. 100% true. I learned that the hard way. I remember I used, I think it was petroleum. And it was not keeping up with my geothermal setup. Classic problem. Alright, so that's all working. We're running off of coal gem. We should really try to get this set up then. Yeah, wouldn't be too bad. We could potentially get more power off of the side later. This is technically not that hot though. It's gonna be another one of these jobs. That's gonna be a lot more time clearing it than anything else. Okay. Probably just gonna run a lead wire out because we're in the corner. Yeah, man. This game, I feel like, gives more emphasis to the... how do I say this? It gives more emphasis to the material type that a lot of other games don't really give. And the liquid is a good example of that. Depending on what type of liquid you run, it could be good or bad. I don't know any other games that have a mechanic like that. It's usually just, oh, you ran this liquid instead. The pipes break. Or the building takes damage. Yeah, they have it in real life. But I'm thinking of like, there's no other game that really does that, right? Where they have like a big emphasis on you know, what you choose actually impacts it by a lot type of deal. Oh no, it deleted again. What the hell is this? God damn it. Y'all got any of them oils? Yeah, where's Trainwreck at? Yeah, the thermodynamics aspect was great, man. It was. It still is. That's jank, man. We could keep the... We could turn on the fridge. I don't think I will yet, though. Alright, we're gonna remove the liquid bridge so we don't have to deal with the heat pull-out anymore. We are at a stabilized temperature. So we should be fine here. Oh, that pops inside? Oh, that's horrible, dude. God damn it. No one sees that. If there's anything I hate is if an item spawns inside something. That stuff is a bad time. I know, man. The run is ruined. Okay, so... The sweeper works. We're probably going to do that later. We're going to have to build a sweeper specifically to sweep it out, though, you know? That just feels a little gross. Alright, temperature's at 33. We need to get the coolant caught up. Little tough. It's worth, yeah, true. True. Pretty much is worth. Okay, we're gonna wait for Trainwreck again, get the job done. Hopefully. He might be on downtime right now, which is fair. Alright, we're just gonna push out some of the nuclear waste. That's gonna be the goal. Push it out, push it down. A lot of the nuclear waste up top has solidified. So we might actually have to make a nuclear waste melter. Build sweeper, maybe. Okay, given how this works, a lot of the stuff is swept out. Can't be too mad. We only need 15 for now. So... let's build this. And then I guess we double wall up top. No, it is your nuclear waste right here. It's because the ice biome spilled in. So the single tiles... like this, 16 kgs of nuclear waste. This broke out of the infinite pressure. But we have like solid tiles up there because of the liquid O2. No abyssalites spawned. It just stopped right there. I was like, okay. Liquid sulfur chilling. Alright, as long as we have a lot of pitcher pump, we probably remove this and we might move it down. And then dig these four. That makes a lot of sense. Let a little bit more spill. I'm probably going to want to open this. Keep pushing out the nuclear waste if we can. Alright, speed this up. There's a little bit of heat in here. We're going to want to build that. Dude, me? Abductor coming in. We got Steve, Ruby, Freya, Camille, May, Travato, Bonnie, Amari, Liam, Nicola. I'm just going to assume Abductor is in. Did you guys know Abductor and I are homies in real life? Oops. I met this guy 20 years ago, and I realized why his name is Abductor. This guy would go into people's houses when we would hang out, and he would steal socks. That's why you're missing one sock randomly. It's because Abductor stole it. And then I found out one day what he did with all the socks. What Abductor actually does is he puts on every pair of socks he's stolen. And he has multiple layers, right? And then he goes barefoot climbing up Mount Everest. Apparently, it's like when he was young, his best friend on his deathbed asked him, I want you to climb Mount Everest with no shoes. And then Abductor's like, I'll do it for you, buddy. And what happened was that he thought about it. Like, the only way I do this is if I wear a lot of socks. But he didn't want to buy a lot of socks, and he wanted variety, thinness, thickness, length. So the ideal was that, you know what, people miss socks all the time. There's a good chance that they're never gonna really think it was him. So Abductor would steal the socks. There we go. He would steal the socks, thus the name Abductor was born. You gotta go to the top. The thing is that you walking barefoot, man. You better hope that's like the most innermost pair. Otherwise, it's like never gonna actually make it through. It's not gonna survive, man. Know what I'm saying? Like you try doing that, man. But you walk barefoot up there, man, dude, it's gonna burn through so many socks. Alright, we're doing a little bit more trimming of the lukewarm abyssalite. Because when it's lukewarm, it's not too bad. We're gonna put a couple of abyssalite tiles here. 2-tile lip. This is because I'm probably gonna open this, and we're gonna have a little bit of magma spill out. I don't want it getting on the warm abyssaline right there. Oh yeah, we didn't give you an outfit, dude. All right, for the story to be true, we got to give you the mountain climber outfit. So that is the overalls. We got to get a shirt that allows it. That kind of works. Mount Everest climbing gear. It's cold up there, right? Oh, look at that. That actually matches pretty well. Let's give them the gold knit womp gloves. Produces a pleasantly muffled wump when high-fiving. Let's go. And then we got to give them some good shoes. Look at him, man. No way plays. Having 3 water output matters. So you're talking about this, right? That's because of you want even cooling. What I mean when I say that is that eventually we're going to build a thermal sensor inside. And that's going to control a door. right? No, I don't have the design up there anymore. The door is going to effectively be what allows the heat transfer from the magma into the steam room. And there's an upper limit for which the steam turbine is efficient. While a steam turbine works at any temperature, after a certain point, it doesn't generate any additional power. So you don't want it to have it actually be on top of hot steam that's over a certain temperature. That way you get the maximum efficiency. That temperature is 200 degrees, given that none of the spokes, and what I mean when I say spoke is under a turbine, you have 5 of these little suction cups, right? If you have all 5 of them open and unimpeded, you want to be at 200 Celsius. If you block one off, you want to be at 250. You block another, it's going to be 300. And it's some weird math. It's not exactly 50 degrees per. You got to look up the wiki for that. I'm just kind of estimating that. But for the most part, that's going to be how that works. So what we're doing with the outlet points is every time we suck up steam, we release the steam in that area. This gives us even distribution for how much temperature we're going to be using. Oh, we're at an igneous. So when we run a thermal sensor inside, the room is entirely chilled evenly. Instead of having them combine and having one tile cooler than the rest of the steam room, right? That way we get a more accurate reading. If you don't do that and you want to combine it, I would want to make sure you have a liquid vent on the aqua tuner. At least one. Because you're going to want to make sure that it gets some sort of cooling. Because this is the only thing that could break inside. If it ever gets too hot, right? And then outside of that, you probably want the liquid drip near where the metal tiles are. In my case, it's going to be here. Now, does it matter? It's better that you have it separate in most of the case. But it's not necessarily something you need to have. So the answer to the question is you want one for each turbine just to have even water drippage, but you don't need that. No. What was I gonna do? I said I was gonna do something, I completely forgot. God damn it. Oh yeah, my ladders. We're gonna replace the ladders. Oh, we have no Mavic. We're gonna go with wood ladders, baby. Okay, we have a lot of wood. We're not gonna really make ethanol since we have seals. So we're just gonna replace all the ladders that we got, so we get a lot of igneous back. This is a quick job building ladders, so it shouldn't be too bad. We have a lot of wood too. All right, pretty good. Let them work, let them work. That's gonna give us some igneous back so we can actually build stuff. I gotta stop using igneous for a default. I gotta start using my sandstone and granite. Lure plant, sure. Let's get the construction here bumped up. A lot of the sweeping is done. Nice. All right, so let's dig these two. We could climb up and dig the other ones later. This is not going to erupt anywhere nearby. We're just going to open up the magma pocket. There will be a little bit of contact there, so I'm going to want to make sure we have obsidian built out. And then this is going to be hot abyssalite that we're going to want to keep inside. We'll let them work for now, though. This has 20 cycles. Ooh, the water is gone. Nice. Alright, so this is gonna want to be worked on then. I don't really have power right now. I guess we can get rid of this because we don't actually want to use this. Get rid of those pipes. Empty pipes. Contents empty. That's empty. And then this is empty. Okay, cool. Everything empty is good. Everything empty is good. Magma spillage. Okay, not bad. We're gonna want to dig these. And then we'll dig the last one later. For the setup, we're gonna also start digging a little bit over here. Let's go train ride. Nice. All right, obsidian tile here. These are gonna be moved to here. Okay, we're gonna try to keep as much of this there as we can. You can't mop a lot of the magma. There's too much mass per tile for you to be able to mop it up, so we're just gonna have to leave it there. Okay. We're gonna put obsidian ladders here, and then we're gonna dig low. The logic with that is kind of simple. We're just gonna be trying to not walk in the magma, give it space. So digging out a lot of the space is gonna be kind of nice. There's gonna be a lot of magma to clear though. All right, so this is moved out. Let's not sweep this. Let's move that out to there. This is getting ready, but it's not actually ready yet. Metal tiles, steel. Another granite tile there. Wait for the dupes. Nice. So this is done. Let's move the stuff out. This is not bad. We'll keep it there. And then this is like this. We actually remove all that. Hopefully it pops up to the left. And then we're gonna have to go in from the top once we're ready. All right, it popped inside. Nice. The only thing here now is that this is gonna get hot. 19 cycles. Chlorine is chilling. No lime for steel. And did we ever move in that? No. Trainwreck never went inside. All right. If we see him, we're gonna move him. Everyone's working though. 78 degrees. This is maintaining. Yo, where's Trainwreck at? All right, let's go. Have to do a little bit of the steam stuff. This is almost pumped up. Trainwreck, let's go, let's go. We're watching him, so he's not gonna pee his pants this time. Are you free, dude? We do get a little bit of steam here. I saw the temperature go up to 100, and then a little bit of the turbine being active. This AQ is effectively not doing too much. We want to move this pitcher pump to here to get access to the bottom layer. Looks like there's still going to be a lot of nuclear waste we want to push out. And then we still have a lot right here that we're going to want to move as well. Alright, we need to make sure we don't build with obsidian. Dude, all the ladders got replaced immediately. That was pretty fast. And then we need to go into here. Probably these two tiles. So the big question is, how do we want to get this joint plate here? We would have to build it from the right side. And then that probably means this. So that if the water fills in, there's no chance of gas getting in. This is just a precaution. I don't want to break the vacuum, dude. That'd be a pain. So it is going to be this tile, that tile. We don't need the rightmost liquid res to be working. Okay, we know this gets cut. This combines. Okay, we want to make sure we move out the items. That goes there. No gas is inside. And then we know that this is going to be replaced. The wire does not connect to the center of the joint plates. That's the one thing, man, that is kind of weird. This is a bridge, but it's not called the bridge. And it doesn't look like a bridge. Because there's actually a solid tile inside. Yeah, I feel like it throws you off a lot of the times. Okay. We are probably okay for this now. We do have a little bit of steel to get it started. I just want to get my last tile right there. Maybe we don't need a tile there and we just do the steel door. That might be the play. So, thermal sensor. Probably gonna want to use iron. Let's go with the middle. And then we're just gonna run a iron. What does iron melt at? 1534. Damn, that's actually not that good. What the hell is this? Depleted uranium? 132. That's even worse. What in tarnation, dude? Alright, it's gotta be steel wire, huh? We'll use partial steel, because this is steel door too. Or maybe we run it low. We'll take one more there, and then this is gonna be... There we go. Someone move that last abyssalite. Iron insulated tile. It should be fine. It should be fine. That's a decent idea, though. Decent. Oh yeah, we're also gonna want one of these here. All right, we move the last tile. We're gonna leave that as a vacuum. Leave that as a vacuum. So that the heat transfer is going to be a little bit better. We're also going to remove this tile. Technically, I should remove this tile as well. Now that I think about it. Whoa. Let's move the sandstone real fast before it goes down and melts. And then steel tile here. It's open. Okay, we'll keep it open. Steel, you know what? No steel. We kind of need the steel. We're gonna go in and grab the diamonds. All right, we move that out. This is kind of okay. We're not gonna be climbing up here, so can we dig this? Train rack is not stop. Oh, it evaporated again. God damn it, dude. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. Nice. No, man. Chill out, chill out. We doing this. We doing this. Nice. All right. So this warming up's not a big deal. We could technically... Let's finish up these ladders first. These are going to be made out of obsidian, probably a source locally. Muckroot. Oh, that's cool. Use just one vent. I think we're just going to keep doing the oil thing. I have faith. I don't have faith. It's gonna work, boys. It's gonna work. Diamond's better than steel, but you can't build most things with it. Yeah. We have the window tile that allows for diamonds to be built. But you're right, not a lot of things can use diamonds, but diamond is one of the better materials out there. If you can use it, a lot of times it's better than a lot of anything else. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying to just leave one so it just pushes over. Okay. The evaporating of little liquids got worse recently. I feel like they were more consistent. I don't know what it is. It's literally just this one that's bopping me. Because this one has been working. I don't know how long it's been running, but this one has been working. It might be tied to how much mass I have. And I'm not gonna lie, shouldn't it have gotten better? I heard that it was improved, but I'm not actually sure. But yeah, Jules, it should have gotten better. Should have. I had that with drop blocks disappearing often. Oof. If you're getting that, that's tough times. There was a patch kind of recently that was supposed to make that better. Supposed to, being the key word. Yeah, man, the game is kind of weird sometimes. Welcome in, the Jules. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, the grams might be the problem. Oh, you could make that jump? Oh, you could do that diagonal jump in a tight space. Okay, that's kind of nice. I didn't know that was possible. Thanks, mate. Just skip it around for a bit. All good. Hope you're having a good times. Okay, so if that's possible... Yeah, it's probably gonna eventually not really be a big deal. Let's move down. And then we're grabbing the diamond, boys. We're grabbing the diamond. So go out, go down. So this is gonna be a magma shaft, so we can't really be too picky about the shape. Alright. Fully submerged single tile is not that bad. It only gets bad once it's 4 tiles. I mean 2 tiles, fully submerged. I mean, it makes sense. If you're swimming in magma, you're gonna have a bad time. Alright, can we build diamonds here? Here and here. The steel is totally not gonna melt. Dude, I realized that we're insanely close to the liquid lock. I just realized that, man. Oh, God. There's no gas in here, right? Down there. The rock gas. We should be good. No issues. You all better not pull it out. Boil the naphtha. We can't reach this. We'll have to grab that later. Alright, so we do something weird. No tiles immediately here. And no tile down there. That's because we expect this area to be a vacuum. And then this allows you to not have any heat leak out via contact, which kind of sucks. Alright, so automation wire... thermal sensor, we're gonna do green signal above 190 just to be on the safe side. We have the conductive wire in, and I think that means we could finish this. We're gonna add water this way. That's why we have the bottom empty right there. Oh, I'd never built out a... There we go. And then we'll be able to add water inside via that safely, so that I don't have to walk inside here with water. That would be bad. Okay, this is off. All right. It is almost going to be ready. Let's build this out. That's likely where we're going to want to run across. Because we need space in the bottom to kind of hold the magma, so to speak. Let's go on to Envy Hank. Welcome in. Is that a new... Street Pick logo? I don't know what you're talking about. Stream Pick logo? Where? What are you looking at? Powering the door. I don't think we need to do that. We can, though. New Stream Pick logo. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Twitch, lower left. No, it's always been the same. That has always been the same. I see what you're looking at. My Twitch profile. It's been like that for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Not gonna lie, man. It says Too Legit City. Yep. No worries, man. It happens. Good thing they fixed unpowered doors to not open correctly last patch. Do you trust the devs actually let it? We'll find out. We'll find out. But that's exactly what the powered door would solve. When you're trying to automate the geothermal setup, if you didn't have a powered door, the doors would not actually like work properly, and that was an issue, right? So hopefully it's fine. What's going on, Aricia? Welcome in. Shout out to you. Welcome in. How was the Onis? How was the Gassy Moose? Thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. How is Baator treating you? I gotta sleep, but have fun. Baator's all right, man. Sour gas biome dug out. A lot of mercury and sour gas. We're trying to go into the geothermal setup right now. So we're going to be setting up some magma digging to create space for a steam turbine power source. But outside of that, we're doing all right, man. Ooh. We should have this open. I should not be transferring heat right now. My diamond here is at 200 degrees. Boiling the seals. Oh my god. We plan to do the same thing. We found sulfur, right? From the sulfur biome, and there's a sulfur geyser here. And we are using the seals for tallow so that we could make pemmican. And that's kind of our food source right now. A little bit of mealwood. Just a little bit. But yeah, we're doing the little baby seals. We're not going to boil them for biodiesel, though. I was considering that, actually. I hate to say that. But yo, man, get some rest, Aricia. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you guys coming in with the Aricia raid. Welcome in. Hope you guys are having a good one. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. If you guys don't know, Aricia does a lot of Oni as well. Check them out. Drop them a follow. But yo, dude, I know it's late over there. If you guys don't know Aricia, he lives in Greenland. He is one of 10 people with internet over there. Totally not making that up. So, like, you know, it's late over there. It's like 3 in the morning. I actually don't know what time Greenland is right now. But yo, man, get some rest, my dude. Appreciate the raid. And we'll try to take care of your folks for you. But yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, my name is Too Legit. If you guys have any questions about what we're doing, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. We're doing the Baator mod, which is a modded planet simulated after the Dungeons and Dragons lore of the 10 layers of hell. Instead of layers, though, we got biomes because it's Oni. And yeah, we've gone through a good amount. There's still the liquid oxygen frozen hell, but there was an opening into the radioactive uranium hell. And the temperature kind of evened out, so the oxygen became gas again. Classic stuff. Zarek, I see you over there. Spigot meals, yo man. Pemmican is a like reward in our colony, which is kind of weird, because technically it's like, you know, isn't pemmican like not too delicious? We're treating it as a reward. It feels a little off. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, let me know if you guys got questions. We'll do our best to get some answers. Oh, he did the job. No peeing pants. Alright, this works, right? We do single vent, so it just gets pushed over. And we're finally able to start chilling the sour gas. We have a little bit of steam here. Oh, nice. The steam's it's about to condense. Oh. We have water that's hotter than steam here. That looks so weird. Either way, we're going to eventually pump out all the sour gas, move it into a box. I thought that if we're going to do that, I shouldn't have it hot, because eventually we're going to take the sour gas and make methane. you know, sour gas boiler, we got to do the chill step. We didn't actually boil any sour gas, it just naturally spawned. This is just one of the biomes you get, right? Look at that. 800 kgs per tile of sour gas. Fun times. So for the most part, this is eventually going to be chilled down to -150 to make natty gas. Eventually. For now, though, ooh. How hot is this? Oh, I forgot this is open. Oh, you see this? That water was going to spill, right? I was a little worried about that, but I'm happy we did the little bit of the setup for that. So now we got the joint play. Good stuff. We could remove the tiles here. This is actually going to be the water that we're going to just keep on the turbine for the cooling capabilities later on. Inside here, shut off and pipe thermal sensor automation we're going to remove. We're going to fix this. Okay. This is lead, but it's fine. We got to replace some of the pipeline types. We're going to just change that up. All right. Scalding. Oh, yeah, this water is hot. I forgot about that. That's true. I was like, did this break already? I was a little worried. Oh, yeah, if you guys are coming in with the Arisia Ray, I was making that story up. Whoa, the goldfish is taking damage. Wow. It's above 25. How did you even get a goldfish here? 2% chance finds a way. Immediately ends the lineage of Pakus. That's so sad. What a lineage, boys. More scalding. Yep, that was just gonna happen. Let's move out the stuff. Alright, little bit of this is ready. Dig this. Okay. I probably want to create a little bit more space here. So we want to create a pocket for the magma to spill into because we want to use this space here. So we have to be a little bit careful with how we do this because this is pressurized magma, slightly pressurized. This is like 25% overpressure. So max tile plus 25% is what we have right here. Okay. Still cleaning this up. We gotta move these things out as well. Turbine cooled it down. Scalding here. Classic. Train wreck. He's trying to get paid leave, boys. He's trying really hard, and you know what? He's gonna get it. My goodness. Everyone's getting paid leave. Okay, so we're gonna have to give him some time. So that means we're gonna start setting up this setup here. Oh, we have suits. Single one is good. And then naphtha drop. Naphtha bubbles. We'll relocate that to here. I will want to vac this. And we will have to just use the conductive line. Naphtha relocate. Okay, everything there is good. 106. Ideally, it's gonna always be below 125, right? That's when the steam turbines turn on. This is at 190. There's a lot of gas, though. This is 3,000 tiles. This room right here. It's a lot of sour gas, dude. 30 kgs roughly per tile. Like, goddamn. Take the hatch eggs. Let's move that. I guess we should start getting some water inside. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's no drop block yet. He's just looping the CO2. Sour Gout to Spore Kit. That's not too bad. Because of how Spore Kit works. The thing with Spore Kit is that if your dupes don't breathe it in, and they don't breathe in sour gas, they don't get Spore Kits. Okay, that was kind of scary. They don't get the Spore Kit debuff. So it's like, it's a bad thing, but it's not too bad. Okay, we're gonna just chop that, run that through. Yeah, a little bit of steam, a little bit of heat there. But it's gonna cool down real fast. I want them to build a germ that deteriorates suits faster, and if it tears, you get infected. They would never do something like that. That's a little bit too... How do I say this? Masochistic. And then make it so that hazmat suits are immune. So you have a The problem with that is you have to start guaranteeing lead then, or get more ways to make lead suits, or another recipe to do hazmat. Because if you don't have lead, and sometimes you don't, you get every other metal instead, right? It's just a bad situation. No, that's gonna lag the game even more. Lead asteroid, that's way too dank. The game already lags if you just scout out all the planets and have planetoid tab here. It lags way too much. Adding another planet's out of the question. All right, got our drop lock. Wait a second. Oh no, we can just put it here, right? Yeah. It's not really a big deal then. So, boop boop. So radiation, but you just get sick from exposure. Germ that deteriorates suits faster. If it tears, you get infected. Radiation, but you just get sick from exposure. There's a lot of ways you could do that, but yeah. I don't know how they would do something like that. Alright, we're gonna need a decent amount of water here. Welcome in Felfit. Radiation extra traps. Honestly, they'll probably just bring back old slime lung. That's probably the solution. Not sickness, but make dupes sometimes lose direction and goes long routes. That's horrible. Hell no. That's like making it so that your character doesn't move forward when you press forward. That's insane, dude. First things first, that's gonna be never gonna happen. Second thing second, the dupes already do that. This is all magma, dude. They're all minor volcanoes, so it's not full size. I see the idea, Mimic, is just, yeah. It's just a lot of, like, fantasy thinking. And not actual, like, anything that would really happen. Because from a video game perspective, it's like, eh. Where do you put the germ, then? How do you get the disease? What is it going to be around? Like, wouldn't that just make people avoid that biome? Like, you would have to put that in a biome where something behind it is really useful. But then if you make it so that niobium suits are immune, that's super endgame. Meaning that until you do that, you can't do this step, so you can't do anything intermediate like steel or oil. It would have to be something like a rare resource. And at that point, people would just avoid the planet, right? I don't know. I just don't think it's gonna be, I don't think it's gonna be the play. They could actually make the biome actually radioactive. I feel like they need to make it so that we have better control over the administration of, like, Radbolt pills. I don't like how they just eat the Radbolt pills every day. Like, couldn't they just, you know, do something where they only eat it when they're minor sickness? They're popping them like it's candy, dude. Every day, everyone gets one. That's the one thing I'm not a fan of. They're like, come on, man. We need some better controls over that. Multiple biomes from a plant. You could delete the germs. Yeah, that's never gonna happen. It's just insane logic. All you're gonna do is make it so that no one wants to play the game. Because think about it. A new player plays the game. They don't know the mechanic. They experience it for the first time. And they lose control of their dupes. And it's everywhere, right? Because you want it multiple places, multiple biomes. It starts to become this thing where it's just is like, this is not fun. When I started, I thought I could mine the radioactive rock next to it because it would kill someone. It was surprising that it wasn't. Make the amount of radiation in the radiation biome more lethal? I could see that, yeah. Ooh. We could at least get that much dug out. We're gonna want 50 tiles. 50 kgs of steam per tile. Zombie spores, when you don't know they exist, almost end the run. They do, but they're in, like, the oil biome. Like, you don't interact with it until mid to late game. And then there's also alternative routes where you don't have to go through the oil route, right? So it becomes this thing where it's like, you could just easily avoid it. And that's Spore Kits. That's not as bad as what the Mimic's describing. Magma should get off light. You know what's funny? You click on Magma, you go to database. Light emitter. It doesn't emit light, but it has a tag. It's so stupid. I don't know why it's like that, man. That's this is there's a lot of stuff that don't make sense. Zinzenia, welcome in. Every day I learn something new. They have light emitter tag, it just doesn't do anything. So it's like, yo, what are you doing? My man's is doing the hop, skip, and a jump. All right, they swim in the magma for funsies. We can't allow that, man. We got to be real. We can't allow that. All right, magma biome fun. We are still vacuuming this room. MCGs. Water is at 146. We're getting there. The more water we have, the better. Okay, how's everything else? All right, let's redo this part. Chop everything up. And then we're going this route. And then we do that setup. Looking good. All right, this wire goes out. And I probably don't mind having an insulated tile here. We're going to be able to climb in and then mop this up. Yeah, no more swimming in ketchup, dude. They're getting diabetes because the ketchup has so much sugar in it. Alright, this is molten glass. I don't know max tile pressure of molten glass. I don't know if that's going to naturally break. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little scared, so we're going to give it a safe space. This is 3 thick, just to prevent any spillage. Okay. So we go down deeper. 1, 2, 3. So here is good. This is at 18, so that's actually not an issue. 1, 2, 3. So we could do that. And then temperature-wise, we go down a little bit more. We'll keep this like that. We need to create space for the magma, basically. Okay, we got helium. Classic stuff. Not ketchup, it's hot sauce. Yo, man, you hit them with that sriracha. Delicious hot sauce. I could see why they're swimming in it. I also thought the Rexes would attack dupes, but would be need to have some more aggressive critters and use traps to capture them. I think the problem with that is combat in this game is so jank. Because way too often the game lags and the critters get like delayed attacks. There was one time I had a Pokeshell, aggressive, swinging inside his cage like this, and it was hitting dupes outside. That stuff is one of the reasons why I think we're not going to get like proper aggressive mobs in this game. A little bit tough. Is helium Baator specific? It is. Now the thing is that nothing in this game is created in this mod. Everything is in the database. So before Frosty Planet Pack came out, Mercury has always existed. Same thing with this resource right here that you probably don't even realize. Bitumen. Right? Bitumen's in the game as well. It's just, it looks like coal. Another one that is kind of weird is this isn't gold. This is pyrite. This is also in the game. You see a database entry for it. You can't add database entries via mod, I don't think. So like this just exists in the game. There's other things that exist in the game too. Like a hydro cactus. It doesn't line up there, but if you go into sand, and then you get hydro cactus. Like there's a lot of stuff in the game, assets and data wise, that's just not used by the devs. But yeah, pyrite, helium is one of them. There's another one here called synthesis gas. This is the exact stats of hydrogen, but it's not hydrogen. You can't use it, which kind of sucks. Pyrite looks like gold. This map is so troll, dude. They don't give you gold. Instead, the first amount of gold you see, it's like, oh, fool's gold. And because you want the base plus 50-degree overheat that you don't get, right? If you're doing gas pumps. So it's like you gotta use steel, and that's kind of annoying. Poke shells are cool. Poke shells not bad, man. Look at that little cage for them. We're just feeding them dirt. I mean, yeah, pea dirt, so that they give us sand. That way we have like a, you know, non-stop sand production setup. Yeah, at least it can be refined, but it still doesn't really solve the metal ore problem that I feel like you always have in this game. Trainwreck's working hard though. Yeah, propane's another one. There is a couple mods that use it. Someone was saying there's a mod called Ronovan's Legacy or something like that. That adds a lot of use for the industrial stuff. That is the things we just kind of mentioned. Bitumen, stuff like that. Ooh, Paku. Alright, we have some Jawbos here. We'll be getting Pakus. The Pakus go into the water and it just feeds the Jawbos. Feels bad. Oh man, a little bit too much water. It's fine. The more water, the better, technically. Let's remove that. Get that connected. Got the vac. Let's get that removed. Wish someone could give us the whole setup of mods for this pack. Oh man, I feel like it's there. You just have to work for it. And the problem is that no one wants to do the work to actually find out what's available. That's what it is, right? If you mod the game, you would see everything. But the problem is that no one wants to do the work to go through the mods. Oh, I see what you're saying. Do like a mod pack setup. It's tough. I think those do exist, but it's just not as popular. Someone's gonna have to like find a really good combination and then start like you know, saying it's the best. Alright, we're gonna dig this out, get a little bit of spillage. Can't climb up here anymore. Minecraft, because of how much Minecraft is the definition of a sandbox game. 100%. It's probably one of the better balancing setups for a sandbox game that exists out there. Alright, boys. Let's let her rip. How bad is this? How much magma is it gonna spill out? Pretty sure why mods are hard to have in this game is that it takes so much to even know what's in the actual game for someone without 100+ hours. That's true. The amount of nuance and in and outs of this game is pretty substantial. Not only do you have to be like a you know, seasoned player to really start modding, you also need to be motivated to mod and also have a little bit of coding knowledge, right? Yeah, no easy multiplayer. Yeah, that's another thing. There's no multiplayer in this game. This is purely single player. All right. We actually had enough space for the magma. It's not too bad. We could start using this space as a heat transfer, heat dump. Good times, good times. Looks like the pressure is not actually going to break anything. But I want to be safe. We're going to leave a lot of the stuff as is. Away team's going to be hyped, dude. Away team's going to be so awesome. I can't wait, man. Can't wait for the away team. It's going to be awesome. I hope it's going to be awesome. Keep saying a lot of these things and without actually knowing if it will. All right, let's run that up. Let's make sure everything here is removed. And then we're going to be able to get some power with that. I have no real battery space. God damn it. I didn't want to do this, but you know what? It is time. What time is it, boys? It's battery tower time. This is so good that I really can't pass up on this. Y'all think we're gonna get bionic dupes in a away team? Dude, that's probably gonna be like an expansion pack of some sort. Dormant! Oh, let's go. Overpressure still. And then we gotta analyze that. Battery tower of power. Ideally, I want to use this space. I guess we could use a temporary setup and take over a lot of the power production and everything. All right, the items got moved out. Put the sandstone there, and then we got to get the heavy watt plate. Yeah, that's a thing. It's going to be a lot of cosmetic skin stuff. And in multiplayer, I feel like that does a lot better. Do it down here. I don't think it's going to matter. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. I would have to draw a huge wire out, though. That's like the only thing. Yeah, it doesn't affect gas flow, it doesn't heat up. And it's probably what I should do, yeah. The only problem is that the guy that's gonna build this is not gonna want to build this. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, first things first, I want to line up with the oil well here so that it doesn't get in the way. Here. It's gonna be 7, so 3, and then we get the ladder. Yeah. Sedimentary rock. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be here. Wait a second. One, 2, 3. It's on this side. We got to do it on that side because that's going to be where the wire is going to be. Okay. And then we need to pull the wire out. Pull out game strong. Yeah, this is gonna be gross because we're gonna have to go through the liquid lock. Maybe. It would have to be one of these tiles right here, right? Or maybe this tile. I guess vacuuming this is not too bad. We just gotta have a pump there kind of ready. Let's go up to there to reach that. This is at 18, so this is safe to dig. Okay. We'll allow Sus to hang out with them. A lot of this could be built with the materials inside, except for the lead. So have them build the ladder. We know this wire is going to go up and out, probably in the lower section here. And then maybe go through here. So we might just want to do some wood right here. Gotta have the temporary setups. Okay. This is gonna go into here, and then we're gonna want to have the power line go through here. I want to keep the door. Yeah, this would make the most sense, I feel like. I guess we could just do something like this. We could still climb down the side. Sandstone. Do it at the top. Because I want to keep the door. I think this is fine. Oh, you're saying do it here. Now we're gonna do it here. Yeah, they built this fast. I forgot I needed liquid here. We gotta get coolant liquid inside. Tile. Sandstone bridge. Why not put the door in the liquid lock? I probably could have. Gonna be back in a bit. Have a safe trip. We'll see you later. But yeah, since we're gonna have the joint plate here, the door would have gotten in the way. And then now we could actually just run this inside. All right. Unreachable food, not starve. Ooh, that was clean. No naphtha spilled. Oh, that was nice and clean, dude. Let's go. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, this is... What kind of liquid do we have a lot of? Water? Pea water. We have a lot of pea water. Ethanol. Saltwater brine. I don't have a desalinator anywhere. I guess we should use the salt water. Let's just use brine here. We're gonna fill up the loop. There's no power here yet. And then I guess we could do the mean setup for now. Let's grab the granite here. And then we are gonna do 2 tiles of lead. We'll do 1 there, 1 there. No, we forced them. Too long. Okay, man, let's let him out. I'm sorry, you peed your pants. Oh, he don't give a damn, he's still working. I mean, if we can, we want them doing that. We'll allow them access in and out. Okay, we're gonna build this. The idea is simple. We're gonna cool down some of the tiles here. And then we're gonna put transformers here that we're gonna feed with this wire. We might reroute it to go across then up. But for now, you know, we'll probably just keep that. And then we're going to want to store the power in the batteries right here that we're going to be setting up. Right now, we just got to let the dupes work. They're building. The next step here, though, I probably do want to dig that. I probably also want to keep it like that, too. I guess that could be the starter heat source. Let's dig this out. Polluted water is doing its thing. Oh, this is gonna boil. 9 cycles. All right, so this is ready. Let's mop this up. We want to mop that just to get the water out. We have the joint plate set up here. We're not gonna need that. We are gonna want the lead conductive wire to pull through. I guess this is not that bad to try to hard build this from this tile. Fed coming in with the prime. Thanks for the prime using it on me. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote as I reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Fed. I see you over there. Welcome in. Add a line. Classic. How are you, Fed? Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for the 32 months. Oh, this is in? Okay, so this is jank, but gotta trust the process. Oh, yeah. And then we got to build that. And then we get the conductive wire here. It looks so bad. Let's take the BBQ. Get some food. The cold is taking over. The seals. Oh, and then we're gonna flood the freaking room right here. Oh yeah, that being said, move out the items here. We got the analysis. Activity 47. This is still idle. Alright, so the rail, steel, we need that. And then this is about ready. Build the tiles, sweep out the items. Alright, double check. Power's in. Lead's gonna be fine. Get it started. And then we really need to kind of like prime things up. The big thing is going to be not sweeping anything and letting the metal kind of just sit there and heat up the water. Double check. This needs to combine. This is going to loop through as it should. And then we have the chute on this side. Shipping chute. We're gonna have to remove the ladder temporarily, I guess. There is an item inside that we're gonna sweep. Freya is stuck. All right, it's looking great. Power is good. We get attached to power later. Seal this up. All right, so this is going to be some time before we actually get any aluminum, but it should be ready. Unlimited power, dude, man. It really is going to be a limited power. The tower of power, baby. It's coming in. Okay, so diamond window tiles here. Yes. All right, so we're gonna have to get heat from this. Our initial heat source is gonna be contact here with the diamond tiles, and then we're gonna add more heat on top. Another thing is that we still gotta dig through right here a little bit. I think we'll just dig through all the hot tiles for now, and then eventually we'll clean up some of the cool tiles. I guess we should do the cool tiles there as well. We should be able to climb up to dig most of this. Okay, it's looking pretty good. All right, we gotta cut this and that. Here, 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 here. And then there's gonna be the chain, cancel. All right, empty bubbles, going to fill that in. So the big thing here is not having the aqua tuner running. So it's not plugged in. Okay, we could bop this now, plus the bridge. All right, and that's gonna start clearing or cooling these tiles. Let's put that there. Yo, what is going on? What is happening? Stinger's Playground coming in with the raid. I think it's for the raid, dude. I see you over there. Welcome in. Let's build out the transformers of power. Get a little bit of starter power source for that. All right, while the dupes are getting that set up, let's give you a shout. Welcome in. How was the Oni? I see you over there. How the streams, Tactical Nugs? I see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Talk to us about the stream, dude. Stinger's Playground. Hopefully it was a good time. Hopefully the dupes were being good dupes. Trying to get GMO A-OK. Ooh, how many more do you need? That's always the fun stuff. Like 6. Did you do gas grass? I want to say that might be the hardest one to do. Not that it's tough. It kind of is. But like gas grass, man, fun times. I think that's the plant with the highest amount of required radiation. Something like that. But yo, man, how are you doing it? Are you running a reactor? Asking for a friend? I got GMO A-OK recently, never again. Yep. GMO A-OK and Mind the Gap is so ridiculous. It's just so tedious, man. Because a lot of the time you're just waiting for the plants to grow and you're hoping for the RNG to get the seeds. I have 2 greenhouses on either side of my research reactor. Nice. That is fun times. Perfectly safe. I have to assume you got the hazmat suits, right? Right? Padme meme. The dupes are totally safe with hazmat suits, right? Right. Oh, this broke out? I didn't even realize. Okay, that's fine. We let that break. Yeah, we probably dig all this. Alright, a little bit of warm abyssalite. It's fine. We'll just let that soak there. Actually, we'll just leave it there. Not a big deal. Oh, that was not supposed to be built. Oh, there's no heat transfer here. From the bottle emptier to the tile it's sitting on. Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe that makes this okay. One side dupes with lead suits, the other side's for bionics in forever Atmos suits. They have to dock their jet suits first. Oh man, you got jet suits? That's fancy. Yeah, maybe because of the vacuum. I would expect a solid tile contact to, you know, be solid. Whoa, 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 whoa. Molten gold. Where did I get this gold from? What? Molten gold? How? I don't even have gold amalgam. That means the electrum? I can't sweep that out, can I? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Mop this up. Stop this dude. He's getting burned because of the double stack of drops. Oh my god. Someone mop this up. That's such a scam. Alright, that's connected, that's connected. Should be no real power there. And then this is going to be AQ line. We probably cut that. Have that devoted. Should be good. Well, great to raid you. Been watching the for years on the YouTube. Have a great stream, lurk. Appreciate the lurk, Stingers Playground. And of course, yo man, watching the VODs on the YouTube. Shout out to you, dude. Only the real ones do that. So shout out to you, Stingers Playground. Thank you so much for supporting me on the YouTubes. I see you over there. That was nice, man. You upload some stuff to the YouTubes, and then someone comes in and is like, hey man, I watch you on the YouTube. I'm like, oh dude, that's tight. I never knew people watch me on the YouTubes like that. Cool times, cool times. Alright, can we do the build swap fast enough, or are we gonna have to add water here? Oh, there's steam in here. Oh, this is getting too hot. Oh, it's overpressured. Let's go. That kind of works. That's how you found me original. Oh. Just a little bit of water. Totally safe. Totally safe. That works out. Always nice, man, when it's something like that, though. You never think it'd be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we do want to vac this side, which shouldn't be too bad. It will eventually want to connect to this power line down there, probably. Because I want to connect everything together. Just one major power spine. And then if I get this up, we could probably get rid of the coal gens here. And then just get something to start feeding into that power line. Probably something like this. And then we could use this for like other stuff. Because I don't want to accidentally overload this, connect to a good amount of stuff like a metal refinery. Yeah, this is kind of nice. No heat transfer. Mop that up too pretty well. My man's got paid leave because he's hurting himself. Oh, let's go. Getting the other battery tower up and ready soon. We will also want to get this built. Oh, the water's maxed out. I was wondering why this wasn't running. There we go. All right, let that work. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, so there's no real battery in. I kind of want to wait for that. I also probably want to remove this. I just realized there's a connected suit checkpoint that way. Okay, and batteries are maxed out again. So let's just finish building all this first. And then we'll do another platform that we'll have to probably go in from the bottom. Should be good. So I'm not allowing a lot of dupes inside because I'm scared they're going to grab the dirt and start bopping the mealwood. But we do have a lot of food now, so it's like I'm not really too worried about it. I just want to get some form of battery storage. But you know what, boys? We gotta let her rip. Alright, who's our building dupes? Priority Sus. Freya and Camille needs to be allowed in. Okay. Freya, Camille. They're gonna go help out. The other dupes, if there's stuff to sweep, we'll continue sweeping. Okay, the wire here is set up. Oh, we're gonna have to remove the door, huh? Because we can't go through. Alright, we'll remove both of those. Let's get the construction here to a 7, so this gets done first. Okay. And then I probably do want to get this done next. Pull this out. And then we'll be able to get more transformers to here too, so we don't need these coal gems. Stop making CO2. Green energy, boys. The earth is going to be healing. Maybe. Alright, so this is overpressured, which is not bad. We have a lot of oxygen still. It's just getting warm. Slowly cooling down. But because we're not making any metal, we're not really getting any water in here. I guess that's okay. So far, it's so good. We need to get a loop inside. We need a vacuum here. So the big thing is getting the power connected somehow. How would we want to do this? Because these two are probably going to connect down to here. Let's get rid of that. And get the watt plate there. And then that's probably going to be a setup like this. This is probably going to go up to here as well. And this is going to go in like that. And we're going to get a joint plate there. This probably just goes straight up the top. We didn't get a wire there. That would have been so sad. And then we're going to have to connect the wire through the bottom. I'm thinking we could go this way. Maybe. At the same time, we could just put the joint plate here and just run the wire here. Kind of like that. The only problem is it's going to be kind of ugly. Alright, just let it do that for now. Let the dupes work. This is getting built pretty well. Take the sand, I suppose. Not really taking dupes right now. Okay, a lot of the stuff being built. The ladders are in. All right, let's remove this. We still got to build the conductive wire. Scalding. Scalding. Oh, right here. Yeah, that makes sense. Gotta let them build that out. Okay. Wire connection. Add battery. There we go. Oh, wait. I just realized I don't need to do that. And it's these that I gotta do. Yeah. I forgot that since the batteries are all on one rocket, they're all technically connected. So we just got to connect this rocket to this rocket. See that? Spirit of Jupiter, and then we have Logistical Kalpana. Okay, once we get this built out, we can start another battery tower up here. Hopefully no one gets wrecked. I'm scared someone's gonna get stranded in the middle if I build a new rocket setup now. We're still working out on that side. That's not gonna block anyone. It's only gonna look ugly. Once we get that built, we technically need more water here. I guess we need water here as well. Okay. Alright guys, I'm gonna do a quick break. I'll be right back. Gotta wake up, gotta stretch, gotta stand up, whatever it is you gotta do. Get out of bed, stand up from the chairs. It's gonna be good stuff, man. Alright, so I'm gonna do a quick beer beat. Right, we're back. Just a quick little break, stretch break. Gotta get up and walk around. Good for your health, man. Gotta do what you gotta do. Where's this CO2 coming from? Meteor? That's tough for that to happen, but maybe that's what happened. Oh, CO2 liquefied, fell down. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Alrighty. The initial battery setup is ready. Let's try to get that done. Still vac in 126. Pretty good. Okay, and then we're gonna do the last setup there. So it's 2, right? 18 is 9 batteries. So 3 wide. I could reach all this, right? From here. I should be able to reach it. So the battery and everything of the rocket doesn't actually interact with anything. You can see that there's no heat transfer here. Chilling at 45. Perfect. Let's get her built. Overpressure. Everything here is good. We're just waiting for it to erupt. We're gonna have to connect the power to this, which we will. And we'll get a conductive wire here as well. This probably makes a lot of sense. Okay. We will eventually need to do a new battery and then connect that down. Connect that up. We could probably remove a couple ladders and build more batteries, but I don't want to be greedy. This is how we're, you know, getting here anyways. Okay. The one thing that could technically ruin us is if water spills in. That's the one thing why it's like, I kind of want to lip here. I guess this is kind of hot. Doing that's not bad. 1400 degrees. Sweeping, pulling out CO2. I was here before. Seems legit. No. I didn't say anything like that. I thought you were talking another channel. That's what it sounded like. All right, so we have this ready. I think that means we'll let it rock, right? Everything is actually connected. Okay, let's let her rip. All right, spikes up in heat. There is a lot of heat to transfer. There's the steam. We gotta heat up. The food poisoning is going away. Still a lot of water, man. So it's gonna be going in, right? Heat transfer is a little slow. Hunter, welcome back. Yeah, man, we literally just got the battery built and plugged in, so we get it started. Not gonna lie, real talk, geothermal must smell pretty bad. All the heavy, bad smelling gases down there. But we don't gotta deal with that when we got a vacuum. Alright, so 190, we're still heating up. Alright, so yeah, this is kind of what I wanted. I wanted to solidify a lot of the magma via contact here. Yeah, that's why that's exactly what I was thinking. Doesn't that smell like rotten eggs? Something like that. Alright, we still don't have too much power. If anything, let's not turn that on to just the one. Okay, it's getting hot, it's getting hot. So even though we got temp shift plates, I mean, it's granite, so it's not really that effective, but still, you know, decent. 140, 180, there's kind of a range, but once the AQ starts turning on, it's going to help average it out. The inside being cooler makes a lot of sense. And then we're going to be cooling out in this area as well. Granite's cool, dude. All my homies know granite. Alright, so this is ready. Let's not allow anyone inside anymore, unless they're idling. Alright, everything has power. So the batteries are connected. Nice, nice. I'm scared to take the batteries. They're gonna explode, dude. Something bad's gonna happen. Okay, so that's the starter heat source. The obsidian's already down to 500 degrees. This is barely warm. Okay, let's take these items, move them down here. We're starting to get decent power. Oh, wow. I had this set to 6.9. I almost froze the brine. That's not good. Let's keep it at lukewarm 24. I almost messed up. Oh my goodness. I almost froze the pipes. That could have been bad. Okay, so we're gonna go here and dig. Hopefully it's not a problem. And then 3. We need to start trimming some of this. Brine minus 25, minus 20. I would have been fine, I guess, because I had brine. Minus 22. Hey, right in the middle of our guesses. Trainwreck working hard. I see a ball. Welcome in. Alright, I'm gonna hope this glass is okay. I gotta hope the glass is fine. Let it spill. $23.56 to become this rock gas? Rock gas, okay. So we're hoping it doesn't get too hot, I guess. Alright, let's dig this all down because we could reach. I recently had to freeze my birds to prevent them from making a mess. Your birds? What? What do you mean by birds? We got birds in this game? Oh, the Rexes! Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. When it's runny like that, it's never a fun time. No one's a fan of diarrhea, dude. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It's not a good time. Not a good time. Molten gold? We'll put that there, I guess. No, probably not. Molten glass. When does glass solidify? 11:26. Yeah, we can do that here. Let's dig this out. We're gonna pitcher pump the glass to dump it in. I'm probably able to power this now. Batteries are at 25, so that probably means we could turn this off. Run a wire underneath. Oh, the suits aren't working. Oops. And then we're gonna have to start connecting this. This is kind of ready. 1, 2. So these two will open. Buildings. All right, we'll let that set for now. 40 and then 31. So I do need a little bit of water here. Okay. It's not too bad. Removing some buildings. This is gonna be the next thing we probably need to do. And I'm looking at this. I think this is ready, right? Nothing's inside. We don't really worry too much about anything else, but we could seal. No, we can't. I will need a joint plate there, which I don't really want to do. I guess we could seal this side. There is enough water there. There's contact. Power's connected. The liquid pipe is connected. So this is good. Okay. We're gonna start pitcher pumping. Oh. The sound. Da-na-na-na. And we do have enough steel. Alright, we still want some more lime. We gotta make a second AQ still. Let's go with 7. Let's get some water here. I forgot I still need to do a second opportunity here. They could stand in a single tile, but not forever. They could stand on a single tile for like half a cycle before they start taking damage. If they're fully submerged, though, 2 tiles, they will immediately take damage. So that's the one thing. They can walk through. Yeah, as long as they're not fully submerged, having a single layer is okay. But it's not magma, it's anything that's hot, right? So if you have 2 stacked liquids like this, they will get burned immediately. shine bug inside my Steam box. That is not a good look. It's not a good look. This is just going to be a steam turbine zone. I think we're ready to remove that. Let's get some steel. The oxygen is warm. Base is warming up as a result. Oh, this is filled because I'm not smelting. That means then we're almost ready, right? Let's just dump the water. Kind of what I need to do right now, so that we get more cold liquid in here. Boop the bugs. Oh, he flew out, dude. He heard us talking about him. All right, so AQ. We will need this. And then we are likely going to want bam, 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 bam. And then we're going to get the pipeline thermal sensor. Alright, this one came from up top, as expected. So the second one is probably going to have to come down from the bottom. It's going to go at a cross like that. That makes the most sense. Going to be on the heavy setup. It's not too bad. Okay. This is ready. Probably seal that up. Speaking of bugs, anyone know how this game expects boobs to naturally heal? They don't sleep, don't seem to see cots. I believe they do heal while defragmenting, but it's just once every 3 cycles instead of every cycle. If that's not the case, you might just have to raise up the severity requirement for the triage and have them go on that. No way. Wait a second. This doesn't work. They do not heal during defrag now. Okay, so you do have to do the triage cots then. Dude, this doesn't work. No way, dude. So sad. This is not net positive. This was at -30, this box. And then now it's, for whatever reason, now that we turned out the heat leak setup, it went back up to -19. Oh no, bro. The cold storage doesn't actually work long term. Alright, we're gonna need to get a steam turbine then. That's unfortunate. It is what it is. Ooh, 190. It's getting there. Feels bad, man. We do have to make a better design. We'll have to address that later. Alright, so this side is technically ready. We have water. Don't need that much. Do a sweep. Not needed. Alright, so seal this up. And then I probably want this tile and then remove this. You guys aren't stuck. You guys climb down. What are we doing? Oh, this is stuck. Now you guys are free. Nice. All right, this guy, he's got to go. Take him out, boys. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, we don't need this ladder anymore. Well, kind of do. Let's get the tile there. Get that. And then we are going to do the jank setup. The weirdest jank is setup. Oh yeah, wrong tile, huh? Good eye, Ilya. And then we do have some naphtha here that works out. The other naphtha was here. We got a double naphtha lock this. I guess just get the extra tile just to be safe. Okay, take these out. Come on, man. It's gonna get pushed in, I'm gonna be mad. Classic setup. Take the rust. Come on. Get that in. There should be no more debris, right? So afterwards, we're gonna seal this up. Pump's gonna go here. We're just gonna run the vent out this way. And we get the power wire. Just like that. Okay, pretty good. Power's included. How are my batteries? Looking healthy, dude. Looking healthy. Alright, so power is kind of included. Dormant. Sold for time. We want to analyze this. Making sure they're vacuumed still. Okay, we probably prioritize these two jobs. And then since this is ready, sweep those out to here. Copper sandstone. Okay, fair. This is sealed up. I'm a little worried before we seal this. I want to open the naphtha. I want to make sure that they don't do anything jank. Oh, the bottle of water is gone. No. Water? Water. Molten glass, new. Okay, so molten glass here. This is at 360. This is still pretty hot. The abyssalite being hot kind of makes sense, but the igneous is kind of what we're going to be looking at. All right, at some point we're going to not have contact there. And we're just going to start pitcher pumping in so we get the igneous debris. Okay, empty. Clean. All right, seal the side. We're gonna start vacuuming a little bit weird. Okay. No. Nice. All right. Free the dupes. So I do want CO2 in here, so we don't get in any weird traps. And then all we need now is a bottle of water. Oh, right here. 316. That's probably okay. Because once we have the vacuum, we build a tile and then open the bottle of water. And then once we do that, we'll have liquid here. And then we just got to build a joint plate seal. And then build another tile on top. And then the power's pulled out already. Pull out game strong. And then we're going to be able to start doing this instead of that. So no more coal is going to be needed. Not bad. Right. Getting the vacuum. So we can't open this now because the water is just going to spill down to the bottom. Gravity. Fun times. Okay. Glass. Still doing it. Get the sweet, sweet molten glass. Okay, so we'll wait for this to cool down a little bit more before we start attaching more. More molten glass right there. We'll take care of that. And then from this point, I'm probably gonna be digging. We probably don't reach a lot of this. We'll just dig what we can. Kind of pressurized, but we have space. Okay, got the vac. We're waiting for that. Okay. Got the vac here. Don't break the vac. I don't think they can. Yep, they gotta breathe outside. Go and do the vac stuff. Let's mop up the nuclear waste, and then we're gonna have to move that immediately because of how it's gonna be volatile and bleed out. Nice. Oh, immediately moves it, Captain Jack. What a stud. He knows the strats. He knows the strats. All right, shipping, temporary setups. We're just gonna have it drop here for now. This is effectively always running, and it's net negative. So I don't think we just run it. We don't run it anymore. Like, it's trying. We're probably just gonna have to redo that, which is okay. Full power. Good stuff. Once the AQ start running, though, I wonder if that's gonna stay true. Let's pop this power line, this gas line. I don't think we're gonna be needing this here. We're probably gonna move it down. Just gotta empty out the pipelines. Okay. Let's get rid of that. This power line is still kind of chilling. Alright, this area we could just dig. Climbing through the top anyways. Ceiling collapse, that's all fine. And then we could dig that. Alright, cool. Get rid of this. I mean, I guess we could keep this. Just as a just-in-case scenario. Where we, I guess we have the wheel for that. We don't need to have the wheel for that then. Okay, so lead wire. Then we're just gonna run the lead bridge there. Temporary setup, temporary setup. You see that CO2? Someone went in here to try to breathe. I knew it. Out of... Okay. Let's do magma as well. This got trimmed. Can't reach. We have space, so it's not really a big deal to open this. I guess we could dig that as well. Let that spill, let that spill. Which probably means we do this. Trying to dig up top. This is not pressurized. This is max size. Not bad. I probably want to move out this water soon. Scalding, temporary burn. Oh, that's not wise. Get out, get out. There we go. Sometimes this guy is questionable decision making. Alright, we're good, we're good. Oh my god. Overheated. Oh no, bro. Get out. Get this out of here. Man. Move it a little bit higher. Lum suit, Rex balloon. I love it, yo man. I'm not gonna lie, the free cosmetics that you get with the DLCs are really nice. I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of that. They look pretty sweet, dude. Not gonna lie. Okay, making sure everything looks good and maintained. Sweeping when we can. Not sweeping from the inside. Alright, we can remove this now. We're not going back inside anymore. We're gonna mop that up as well. Moving in the molten glass. 177 per tile. A little unfortunate. But yeah, we're gonna want to remove as much as we can off of this. Okay, we could do this now. Okay, it's almost ready. Small bubble polluted oxygen. Okay, so this got sealed up. We could remove this. I think we could do this as well. Is that brine? Oh, naphtha is just white. Oh, okay. Oh, this doesn't release because there's no power yet. All right, we're gonna do 190. That's a hard guess. It's probably gonna be lower, but 190 is pretty good. All right, I just want to double check. Naphtha boils at 500, 538. Okay, vacuum is maintained. Move this out. Let's probably get rid of that. I don't remember if I needed a temp shift plate in here. We probably don't. But, you know, we can. Right? We can just put in something inside. Might be too effective, right? Yeah, it might be too effective. Yeah, it might be too effective. Over chills the liquid. Yeah, I probably don't need to. Alright, we just gotta seal the box now. There we go. This side doesn't really matter. Okay, let's get this set up. Below 190 green. There we go. Dude, that naphtha looks wicked. You know what this reminds me of, this color? Despite it being white here, it's all black there. It reminds me of Don't Starve. Kind of reminds me of that art style almost. You know what I'm saying, man? Kind of looks like Don't Starve. This kind of looks like Hyperspace Warp too. Alright, so double check. Vacuum. Vacuum, vacuum. Water droplet, looking good. This is the, all the stuff is leaving as it should. This is going down. Good. Alright, so we're bopping pipes. Mopping this up. Removing these solids here. That's great. It looks tight, though. Alright, so... Refinery igneous is going to be there. Whoa, no igneous. Sandstone. I almost messed up, man. Granite. Okay. There no insulated tile here? Insulated pipe. Oh, it's good. Trainwreck is hurt, man. He's always hurt. How's naphtha gonna be cool? So naphtha boils at 500, right? Since the boiling point for naphtha is very high, the goal is that we're gonna want the steam to be at 200 degrees, kind of like this. So we're gonna want to actually keep the naphtha hot. While the naphtha's hot, we're gonna be able to just have it in here, and then it's gonna be able to. Ooh, it's not supposed to leave yet. It's going to basically be our closed loop refinery setup. Yeah, that's effectively what we're trying to do. All right, let's get the steam turbine for power. It's very good. If you've never built one of those, I'd recommend it. You have to use something, though, that has a high evaporation point that you're cool with, right? Effectively. Okay, and that's also going to mean we're not going to need this anymore. Cool, cool. Contents, 800. Not bad. Yeah, so the major way to check is going to be hovering over heats. And you could see once you add a liquid in, which we'll do right now, it's going to adjust. You see that? We'll raise liquid naphtha by 106. That means that you get to see a little bit before you even smelt. If you choose something that doesn't work, you can always hit empty storage before you run it. But that would be the way to check to see whether or not whatever you choose is good enough. The heat tooltip here is top tier. It changes depending on what the contents in the building is. So it's pretty nice. I do wish there was like a chart for that, where they would just kind of let you know what it is. Alright, we don't want anything plugged in yet. There is a chart on Wiki. Oh, they need to have that in the database. If it's on the Wiki, though, that's pretty good. Alright. I'm probably going to use salt water here. And then we're just going to want to get liquid in the loop for cooling. Maybe I wait till the vacuum. What's going on, Trainwreck? Can we get some smiles in chat? Happy faces. It's a Tuesday, so maybe it's not that big of a smile day. But yo, man, what's going on, Trainwreck? I see you over there. Any happy emotes, Mamba emotes, you know what it is. Hit the buttons, guys. Thank you, Envy Hank. Smiling face. That's pretty good. Welcome in, welcome in. How was the day, Trainwreck? Hope you're having a good one. You peed your pants just once today. Just once. Our geothermal is started. We got our tower of power. 29 batteries. It's pretty good. You built this, dude. We locked you in here till you finished. They don't think it be like it is, man. All the steam is gone. All we got is sour gas. And now we're storing said sour gas. 196 going into the steam room comes out at 125. Pretty good. So it's just a single loop pass through, no check. And we're just putting it in infinite storage. Someday this is gonna be pumped out. Yeah, we're using that to store power for the geothermal. We have a big heavy watt conductive line here that connects to it. And then this is also going to connect to our aqua tuners up top. Yep, going in here, it's going to be hot. Fun times. It's not going to run yet, so it's going to be okay. But yeah, we need to vacuum this to get this set up. Wednesday by almost 1 hour. I see you over there, Pink Tide. If you guys don't know Pink Tide, he's from the future. He is Fry from Futurama. How are you over there, man? Did you check your bank account to realize that they never closed your bank account and now you're rich? Yeah, we might want to add a second pump. I thought to myself, you know what? We don't have a lot of steel. We'll just do one pump and be okay with it. I probably don't need this tungsten here anymore. Could remove that. Nah, I probably don't need to do that either. But yeah, right now we doing all right. This is cooled down pretty well. We can trim this now. All of the solids here are no longer close to remelting. In Europe, we're some hours in the future. Seem legit. Niobium therm. Tungsten, baby. It's close, kind of. Have you ever considered using a refinery heat up the magma core? In case it gets too cold. Have I considered doing that? No. I feel like when it comes to heating up the magma core, you're probably going to want to do a deep rocket chimney. Just because you generate higher temperatures with something like a rad bolt or a hydrogen rocket, especially hydrogen that gives you steam exhaust. That makes it so that it's like you get a lot more energy instead of just hot temperatures. You get higher DTU value, right? Because steam is a better stat. It's one of those things that's like, you could do that, it's just slow. That's kind of like a lot of this game. How you choose to do things isn't because it's good or bad, but because it's, you know, what you know how to do. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that there are some builds that are slightly better, but at the end of the day, it's marginal, right? However, there are some builds that I just wouldn't want to do in general. Using the metal refinery to heat up the magma core is one of the things I try to avoid. That sounds like, dude, man, that's a slow job. Yeah, the game's not that brutal in where you have to min-max to succeed. It's pretty good on that, where it's kind of like, hey man, that's good enough. A+. I hate to say it like that, but that's kind of what it is, right? Hey man, that was good enough, man. Gold star. Alright, we do need more heat to be connected to this. My core is getting pretty rocky, I'm concerned. I mean, at the end of the day, the magma core is always going to be a limited amount of heat. It's just a lot of it, right? It's basically buffering the end of its life by having a lot of mass or a lot of temperature. So in that regard, maybe that means you have to start finding another power source, dude. Maybe you gotta start feeding hatches. And getting that sweet, sweet coal power. Back to the mines, man. Dupes on wheels. Host a running marathon. And say that instead of having a racetrack, there was budget cuts and everyone has to run on a treadmill. And that's going to be how they're going to gauge whether or not you beat other people. Not knowing that they're just powering the batteries in the building. That's so funny, man. If you have something like that happen. Hey guys, we're going to have a marathon, but it's going to be a little bit different. 56 cycles. All right, this is going to be ready. Not bad. Steal that up. Get the naphtha pushed out. Tube on wheels. I'm scared of the vacuum hatch strat. PO2 seems very likely with me. Oh. I mean, yeah. If you have heat though in the tiles, you could do something like this. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is one of the things I could do is I could just mass move all these debris that are hot into the window tile. And to speed up heat transfer, you would want to have molten lead, most likely, because it's melted 300. And then that exchanges the heat a lot faster. That way, you'll be able to get as much heat as you can from the core itself. And then at that point, maybe you gotta tame a volcano, dude. How will the sulfur geyser work to cool? Okay, so we're going off of something called contacts. So when it spills, it's gonna have to spill. Since this is airflow tile, no contact, it's gonna spill to the left. When that happens, it's gonna be on the metal tiles that are made out of aluminum. And then what happens is that there is a aqua tuner and a temp shift plate right here. So this is effectively going to be our cooling box. And then the next thing is that the water on the side of it is effectively going to be a cooling loop. And then we have an aqua tuner tied to that. So it's very straightforward. All we're really doing is giving the vacuums to create keep the liquid as liquid until it hits the metal tiles. Once it gets to that, it solidifies. This sweeper reaches. Corner sweeping strat. That's actually why this size is like this. I needed to have room for the sweeper to reach, and that's the specific tile space we need. And then once we get that, we just sweep the lead, goes into the loader, and loops. Once it's cool enough, we're going to choose a temperature. It's going to leave. It's good times. All right, so naphtha got pushed out. Still a vacuum. Perfect. That means everything here is ready. Bottle drainer. Let's mop this up. Pretty good. Yes. It turns into a debris that's sweepable. And that's because it should immediately solidify on contacts with the aluminum. Because of the high reactivity, 205 conductivity, and the fact that it's at 26 degrees. It solidifies at like, what, 115? Something like that? Yeah, 115 freeze point. So wide range. It's going to be hard to heat up hot because we have a lot of liquid to buffer the temperature as well. A lot of things going on for us. That's not bad there. Yeah, man, molten lead. I used to do that all the time. There's enough given the mechanics to be able to figure it out multiple ways. But it's always like there was always be an optimal one. Yeah. Kind of like the spawn. Kind of like the Dreco Ranch. Oh no, bro, it's hot. Alright, we gotta hit him with the ice. Feels bad, but we gotta do it. So we don't actually have a lot of water in here. By having not a lot of water, we could put an ice temp shift plate to temporarily cool it back down, which is not bad. It shouldn't erupt with enough power to tile it. Yeah, the eruption per second should never be that high. Well, at least I don't think it should be. Okay, let's build a little bit wood tiles here. Now that this is here, right? Replace some of the ladders. We still got to reach the top to take care of that side. Very little trace amounts of nuclear waste. Let's try to mop it up to see if the dupes are able to move it out. Mop up the water. Someone is going to move out some of the nuclear waves, 100%. Yep, Captain Jack's on it. Okay. Just wanted to make sure it was the right building. The mealwood might be a little bit cold now, but the tiles are going to warm it back up. So, just got to mop the shearing station. We'll be good. Micrograms. Almost ready. And then this is no longer needed. The other one is not going to loop yet. Okay, and technically this is ready. Okay, so our metal refinery is ready. Let's power this, but then we're going to effectively remove that. Let's cut that. Empty storage a couple times. Let's get rid of this. Not bad. We shouldn't need this res anymore. Mamba. The little babies is awake. All the head rubs, all the head rubs. Mamba is being a good little baby. Okay. Not a lot of liquid. Oh, because this is not moving out the filtered water as fast. That's fine. It's cooling down the room. It's all that matters. 100 MCGs. Alright, that's almost ready. This is basically done. We just need the dupe labor. I probably want to get another bottle drainer here. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I want to eventually solidify the rock gas. There's a lot of magma here. I don't really need to tap into it though. Alright, we are gonna do a sweep job. Okay. Move in the solids. Move in the other stuff on top. I am considering getting... We would get a lot more power if we were to just pitcher pump this. 100% of the time. I guess what we could try to change is... the number of bottle drainers on this. Not that good to have it there. I guess the other thing is to extend it out and put the ladder on the side. I guess that's not bad. I kind of want to remove these eventually, though. Alright, can we just do molten glass first? Yeah, I think we do need to do this. And while we can't move that out yet, I guess that means we have to use this as the ladder. And then we'll do the jump here. Do the diamond here. Once the diamond is built, we'll remove these ladders. Okay, get these built. Move one of these to here. I think devs haven't fixed liquid multiplication and infinite storage. I have 1 milli kgs of mercury. It's tough to fix that. Because it's kind of due to lag, no? The liquid dupe strat? Alright, let's remove this for now. I believe it if it's still broken. I believe it, I believe it. Alright, is this vac yet? Nope. How does it increase? So it depends. Some liquids have weird liquid tendencies. You know how carbon dioxide wants to be bottom right? So carbon dioxide doesn't specifically want to be at the lowest section, but more so the bottom right corner. Which is why if you look on your map, sometimes you'll have a pooling amount of CO2 that's higher on the bottom right than it is on the bottom left. Now that doesn't always happen, but that is one of the implicit characteristics of how carbon dioxide wants to kind of navigate. Sometimes, once you have infinite liquid, it's going to want to move around like that as well. If you have a line, that's typically not the case. You kind of need like a box shape. Now, that's one of the ways that could happen. The second one is if you have a door. The door, when it closes on top of liquids, pushes liquids either side. If you lag, it pushes the liquid both sides. So you effectively double the amount of liquid because it's not supposed to work that way, right? Now, it could still push both ways, but that lag will basically duplicate the amount of liquid that's being pushed. And that effectively makes it so that it's, you know, kind of weird. I wonder if I could do this. Because the bottle emptiers don't overheat, and if we make them out of obsidian, it's fine, right? And then we'll just keep this hot. Wait, if that's the case, couldn't I just do this? Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about it. That kind of just works. Yeah, just put it on the diamonds directly. That seems so, like, sacrilegious. Like, you could do it, but it seems so wrong. Alright, we could loop this now forever. It's just gonna generate power. Wait. Let's not do that much yet. Not until this is ready. It's close. Okay. Molten glass. 7. Copy paste. Anywhere we got it. Yeah, liquid moves up and down due to a rounding or something similar multiplies. I think the biggest way to see that example is pressurized naphtha on the Baator mod. If you have at least a 2x2 dimension and it's pressurized, if we find that somewhere else, I'll show you. Sometimes the liquid likes to slosh around for no reason. It's weird. Can I see that here? But yeah, sometimes the liquids just slosh around. Does it need to be enclosed or have an auto door for the cool water pool? Cool water pool. Oh, wow. The seals have cooled this down drastically. And they've made so much ethanol, man. They're swimming in it. Does it need to be in an enclosed space or just have an auto door open close? I am not sure what it is you is do be the referring to. Are you talking about the liquid duplication? In the liquid duplication, you need infinite pressure. It feels like it's something that only happens at like high pressure points. And then another thing is lag. It tends to happen when it's laggy. So having doors, yeah, you don't need to have doors, but doors generate lag, right? So as a result, it's kind of like, it wouldn't be bad to have. And got the doors, right? All right, it's pulling back the veil. Let's go. Yeah, you have to have some sort of pressurized value. All right, we're ready. Let's check the temperature. Let's go for 24. Pretty good. Steel, steel. Build a tile. Nice. Empty the bottle. Got the water. All right, so cooling on the water contact. This is a vac. Joint plate for the power into the system. Down to 100 tons of naphtha. Let's go. What you gonna do with the natty gas, man? What you gonna do with the natty gas? That's gonna be the fun times. I probably do need to get rid of this and get some sort of a bridge here. Hoarded. Classic. Classic. Save it for a rainy day. You might be like Envy Hank. Geothermal's out of power. You're gonna need something. Alright, so this is ready. Power line is bopped. Buildings wise, let's bop the tiles. The ladders on this side don't need to be there. This is a water spillage, but we'll do it. Mop it up, boys. They should have an oil lamp that burns naphtha and makes CO2. Hey, man. You could put naphtha in the deep fryer. Dude, they should allow something like that. That'd be mad funny. You put naphtha in the deep fryer instead of tallow. And then you make a negative morale version of the same food. Kind of like how Don't Starve has that. You know what I'm saying? The negative value of the same thing. It's gonna be like sludge tempura, you know? It's gonna be kind of gross. My dupe with the lowest morale is at 49. That's impressive. 49 morale, dude. That's pretty good. What's the required morale? Gives you the true value of the plus value. You could feed the napta fries to slicksters. Oh, I never enabled auto bottle. That's why they're not doing anything. God damn it. Alright, now we'll be able to cross. Pitcher pop. Let's go, let's go. Alright, we're gonna do that to try to get rid of all the glass here if we can. 177. Still can't mop it. Feels bad. Only 12, so plus 37. That's pretty good. Alright, let's move a lot of the solids up top. The gold's gonna solidify. Oh no, bro. Entombed. Dude, look at them pump. Oh my god. So much heat. $61.24. Wow. Yo, man. 69 morale challenge. I need to start doing that, man. The 69 dupe morale challenge. That seemed like a fun time. Can I push that over? Man, this molten glass is kind of an eyesore. Okay. Didn't I have gold here? Can we relocate that gold here? And then I want to do the same thing with glass. The logic with that is basically those are things that might melt. Versus everything else is going to be melting as magma. It's not too bad. Okay, we want to start digging this. Ooh, waiting on the lettuce. Get that soul food debuff. Soul food debuff. Low key, man. It sucks, but it's like, it's a sign that, you know, the colony is doing well. So, like, it's a bad time, but a good time at the same time. Let's go, train wreck. Alright, we don't need to move that. Let's get rid of this. And then we will have more magma we want to reduce. Let's go to... How hot is this? 300. Dude, this cools down fast. Alright, we're gonna put that there. And then potentially open up more magma later. Should be pretty good. Yeah, there's no real liquid to kind of cool down the items once it's solidified. So there's a lot of potential heat on the tiles. It's just in debris form. But yeah, molten lead might be the play. Alright, so this is that tile. trim that. This is technically sealed, so we're not really too worried anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, nothing inside. Let's go. It's clean. My lowest athletic dupe's at 14. Oh my god. A man got the good dupes, dude. He got the good dupes. Alright, this is free now. Pretty good. Alright, this is at 87. And that means we kick this on. Now this has power, and the AQ could turn on. Let's go. Target temperature 24. This is pretty good. I want to start filtering out this hot water at some point. We're getting to the point, though, that it's going to be cool enough to not have to constantly loop. And then we just need to have a better buffer setup. And then we'll start emptying this out. This is effectively ready. It's looking not bad. Alright, let's get rid of that and that auto drainer. Couple of pipeline bubbles there. Can we extract that? No one has plumbing. Super Mario, are you out there? Miss Chemical Stairs does the plumbing in a dress. Let's go. Okay, that is ready. Good stuff. Power is set. Now we're consuming a little bit more of said power. This is also going to generate power for us. We got to make more eggshells to lime, though. 11. I also need another res, because this ethanol is... we have way too much. So we are good now. New printables. Take the aluminum. We're going to extract that once she's gotten the plumbing skill. Okay, so now we could start converting some more wires to distribute. Not bad, not bad. Okay, one of the things I will want is 1, 2, 3. We're going to do a filler there. We're going to start setting this up. So how do we want to do this? I think it's minimum both of these. Yeah, we're gonna have to move out the... I want to move out the natty gas effectively. Sedimentary rock, not pulling from the inside. Glass got moved down, just diamonds, obsidian, igneous. Are you worried about running the bank of space batteries down rather than being stingy with putting the magma in the diamond chalice area? So here's the thing. By having the magma get bottle drained like this, you have double the amount of heat you could extract. Because one of the problems is that if you run a spine into a pool of magma, when it solidifies, you have to dig it. And half of the mass gets cut. You could extract the heat from the solid igneous, but it might be a little slow, right? And you might want more power. Technically, in this case, when we drip the magma, it becomes a debris tile. So we never lose half the mass. This is technically better if you're, you know, penny pinching, so to speak. But yeah, in that regard, having it so that there's no dupe labor, yeah, running a diamond connection point is pretty good. But you understand what I'm trying to do, right? We're trying to do this to get the debris. Even though this is only at 800 degrees, my debris is at like 1200. And that's because the contact to the solid diamond tile down there is a little slow. It's happening, but it's slow, right? A lot of the heat comes from the magma solidification, the liquid to the solid. And then we're only pulling heat as we need to. So as long as this diamond stays under, 1400, we're not really too worried. So the dupes could just do this all day. This is probably a job you would do for the biobots. These guys. Make them go into here, lock them in, and just loop them infinitely. Nothing survives pumping unless you do a no contact pump. And that's because you can't get plus... So the highest overheat temperature you could get is from... I think it's thermium at 900. 900 plus 75 is 975. You will never get close to the temperature you need. That's the problem with the overheat stuff. I wouldn't mind if they introduced a new pump that's a little bit larger. Maybe like a 3x3 or 4x4 that has no overheat and only melts. You know, that would be kind of tight. That way it's like industrial pumping. At the same time, I could see why, they don't want that. You're just pumping magma, dude. Yeah, I could sacrifice a pump too. That is a thing. Since you... I mean, what are you really sacrificing? Dupe labor? As long as you hit prevent auto repair, you just deconstruct to get the full refund, right? You just gotta rebuild the steel. Just do build, deconstruct, build, deconstruct. Technically, that is a thing, though. It does work. Alright, so we got steam. Nice. We are finally chilling down everything. This is going to be working hard. Looks like we have the power to maintain that. Okay, the other thing is this power line. We have a lot of consumers. Maybe we want to start pulling some power away from whatever it is that we're using to generate. Start cleaning that up a little bit. This is a wheel. This is at, oh, with the suits is like 12. I see. All right. Let's move these items to the corner. We will want to build a tile here. We're going to probably dig that and bop it. So these 4 tiles probably. Oh, we probably have to do it like this. Yeah, we'll have to sweep everything first. All right, let that work. Okay, next on the list, now that we have power, is do we want to do... I mean, we have... How much iron do we have? Like, looking at this, we can make a lot of iron, right? Just because we have 26 tons to refine. Thing is that we're out of salt. So I'm thinking we might want to do the chlorine setup now so that we could keep rusty oxidizing. We still got 27 tons and we could still dig out more of the biome. So I'm thinking to myself, yeah, man, maybe that's the play. Okay, so we're not going to need power here anymore. We're going to want to run some wires up. I do want to clean up how this wire kind of interacts. You know what? Given how I am going to be having a lot of fuel in the future now, I am going to box up the hydrogen. Right? This is a hydrogen vent. I'm probably never going to use this. So we're going to box this up. Okay, after we box it up, we're gonna build around it. And let's see. It's starting to look like I would want to have my suits here. And then have this be where the plants go. Which I don't mind. This is dormant again, which is fine. We're gonna be setting that up again. No steam down there. 105, 60. So we're priming right now. The naphtha's not hot enough. I do want to get a power line up to there though. So let's get that built. Here, here, here. All the lead. Huh. Building that there would have been amazing. I could still probably do it. We'll just have to bop this tile first. And then we should be able to reach. And then that connects to here. Pump doesn't need to be on. Unplug that. $25.55. Okay, doing the magmas, chilling. I might want to dig this down. That might release this. I'm a little worried. So I want to reduce the amount of magma we have first. Oh, is that 1,000? Okay. Let's turn one of these off. Nothing selected. We'll just keep the one. Kind of maintain. Oh, it is dropping pretty rapidly. Every time that closes, we sap away so much heat. Okay, this is effectively done. 24. Okay, so we are just gonna cut this. Kind of just let this burn off. Yeah, we're just gonna let this kind of burn off. So that means these are not gonna be needed. Wheel battery. I do probably want to run this through another way. So I think the strat though is gonna be a lot of sweeping we'll do right now. We're gonna put suits here. These suits are gonna be going into this area. That's gonna be a cold room. This cold room is gonna be where we do the chlorine into Megafront, because we have a chlorine vent. And then we're also gonna put salt vines inside. They all consume chlorine ambiently. And then we're probably gonna want to have some sort of, you know, heat transfer for that. So it kind of makes sense. Here, I'm probably going to use granite for this. Okay, let's get the suit docks. A lot of copper. We have a lot of iron. Another thing is we have a lot of aluminum, a lot of copper. All right, let's do 99, 99. Just keep this running. We gotta eventually get the temperature of everything kind of like hotter. It's not enough to even generate steam yet. It's so sad. Granite, these two. We're gonna run checkpoints here. No. Suit docks. 1 space gap. 5 should be good enough. And then we'll be able to get oxygen somewhere from here. We'll redo some of the pipelines for better distribution. Okay. Not a lot of power here, huh? I don't want to release the... I don't want to release the hydrogen. So I think what we'll do is... we're going to add oxygen here. Actually, we don't need that to be insulated. And then we'll just add that from that line. And then we'll use this power to just kind of charge the suits. Have you ever used jet suits for something? Yeah, I have. I just don't like it. The problem with jet suits is A, it's kind of hot. B, if you have stuff on the ledges and you make dupes sweep it, they get stuck on there sometimes. And then another thing is that one of the things that causes the most lag in the game is hitting show nav. And you see the pathfinding. Right? Every time it moves, the pathfinding recalculates. You can see the lines move sometimes. Right? You see the line shake. So that's laggy. Now, it's worse for dupes because they have jobs. They have to calculate the errands they gotta do. Whereas critters only calculate freedom of movement when they want to move. So the most lag you could generate is by using jet suits. And that's because they're constantly checking for jobs. And the tiles reach you get from the jet suits is basically map wide, right? And that's kind of a problem. So it's one of those things where it's like, you have some use for it. It's just, it also has a lot of downside that I don't know if you know, are cool with. If you are, hey man, it works, but I'm not a fan of it. Yeah, I'm not really one to use a lot of jet suits, unfortunately. Napta. Alright, oxygen's coming in. Gotta use that power up to charge up the suits. Okay, this setup. I guess we could dig this. And as a result, make this a little shorter. Okay. Copper vent. Let's get a little bit of wire power here. Let's move out the item. Not bad. So we're basically gonna pump up the natty gas. My boiler broke. Oof. Is the damage bad? Or is it just not working one time? That's tough, man. Broken boilers. It's not boiling. Too much naphtha. Oversaturated. That's not bad. At least nothing like popped out, you know? Okay, so we want to use this space in the back for some planting. It's a good chance we're just gonna have ladders here. Safety save. It's always nice, man. Safety save. Gotta do what you gotta do. Before it burps. Classic. Okay, so this is kind of prime. for having a chill box. This is probably where the ethanol is going to come into play. So we're going to run this in, get a chill box set up. Mega front. Minus 45 and positive 15. Okay. Dasha. Minus 25, 50. So technically minus 5 is kind of the range I want to be at. I guess we use ethanol for it. I believe since chlorine gas is not too bad, we don't really need too much. I think we could literally just do a 3x3 box here and be happy. Yeah. So, granite. Probably don't need metal tiles. I guess we could just use metal here. It's kind of weird, but it kind of makes sense at the same time. We're going to use this to chill the chlorine before it gets in, and also have this emanate as a source of heat transfer. Seems weird, man, but seems good, man. Okay, so that means this goes up. Boop, 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 and then we'll stagger down. That kind of works. Okay. No, boop, 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 boop. Comes up top. That connects there. We probably just use aluminum. A little bit overkill, but it should be fine. 700. Okay. And then let's go into here. And then from there, we'll decide how we want to do the rest. Okay, so this is one floor. Having airflow probably makes the most sense, realistically. So we'll do something like this. And then we know that we also want insulate the wall right here. This is just going to be a long tunnel. Okay, you can't put salt vines. So we probably do clay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Let's do some math. This gives me 10.8. For a deoxidizer, I need 150. So is it strange that as soon as I start having a good supply of plastic, all my ladders are plastic? That's not strange. You gotta get the upgrades in, man. It's like, if you finally get what's a good example? It's like finally getting good shoes. Yeah, your old shoes might have some sentimental value, but you gotta rock the upgrades, baby. You know what it is. Right? You gotta rock the upgrades. You got the new shoes, you gotta show them off. You gotta let the people know that you got them. It's a little bit better on your knees. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why not? Insert that one meme from Lord of the Rings. Why shouldn't I do this thing? You know that meme, dude, where the guy's contemplating whether or not he should rock the ring? I mean, after all this time, all this caring, why shouldn't I? This feels like it's on the wrong layer. Oh, because it is. Should be a layer down. Yeah, I need the 4 there to actually be able to put the Megaphron, I think. Wait. Oh, dude. Do they have that as a thing? No, they don't. 3 tile wide. Okay, it looks like it's 3 tile wide. I'm hoping that's actually true. Okay, we get rid of this. That goes there. It's probably gonna be... Oh, that's kind of funny how that works out. I guess we don't need to fill it up all the way. This fits. Okay, cool. Not bad, not bad. Can I put another one next to it? And then... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Salt vine, 10.8 kgs per cycle. And then we don't really have saltwater geysers. Let's use 150. So 10.8, 150. $13.8, 14. So we have 8 here. We got to get 6 more. It's not too bad. Oh, we can't reach. Ah. They could leave this way. We're gonna have to add ethanol through here. I'm gonna want a temp shift plate inside, just to be a little excessive. Make that out of lead. And then we need to run gas through. It's probably gonna be steel. It probably doesn't need to be. We have a lot of heat transfer mechanics here, so we maybe just go with something like copper. Nah, maybe we do steel. We should have a decent amount now. Pokey shell mold 4 there. Okay, so here, and maybe we put it here. That's exactly 6. And then this is technically our build, and it kind of works. Yeah, that works. Let's get that made. I'm surprised you don't auto break them. Auto break what? Auto break? Auto break. We talking about Autobots? Transformers roll out? I'm realizing that this is kind of a bad setup. I can't reach this without the ladder, and that looks kind of bad. And instead, we might want to do something where we just do the... Alright, how big is this? 2? Chain hang low. That's technically better. All the power's gone. Let's go. Let's bop this. Bop that. Yeah, it didn't really matter if we have that or not. Automation. Gas pipe. This is sealed. And then we get this setup. This is 16. It's more than enough. Four things in tune. You know what that is? This ration box spawned inside. There's a second ration box that spawned inside as well. And then we have a melted somnium. Oh, my rocket platform up top. Ah. Alright, let's remove this so it, you know, we don't need that. Yeah, Baator mod. Low-key, man. Not that it's punishing, more so that it's like... it's punishing. Do a sweep. Let's get rid of this. Seal that down. We're no longer going to use this ladder, at least not for now. Let's get the insulated tile here, because we're just going to box up this hydrogen and then not use it anymore. Okay. How do I want to do this? Let's put a fire pole inside. Not use the bottommost layer. Because you said you upgraded the plastic, we're going to start. Our glossy babies are full blown. Pretty good. So now that these guys are chilling, we're getting plastic from them. Not really too worried. I am also probably not going to need more than one Megafront, because they consume a lot of chlorine. I think one chlorine geyser is 1.5 Megafronts. So it's one of those things. Alright, steel we have a decent amount of. Probably just do a simple setup like that. And then... how do I want to do this to defeat the Huns? How do I want to do this? Do I just freeform? No, gas pressure, right? That's a thing. Gas pressure. Alright, we're gonna run lead. Like that. And then this is gonna be cool enough to do everything else. So... there we go. That's gonna be our loop. Okay, cooling loop set up. We're gonna get the Megafron there. Liquid lock. We should seal this up now. Alright, and then we're gonna have to fill this up with chlorine. One of the things is plants in general have a pressure value limit. That's gonna be 20,000. No, 10,000 in most cases. Or 15? 15. 10,000. So we could even do a pressure vent. Made out of lead. But we have to automate. That's going to be the weird thing. And then we're just going to run regular copper here. And then this side is going to be insulated that we're feeding in. We probably just add the wire in, right? Mamba, what's wrong, baby? Wow. What's wrong? I hear you. Just meowing all over there. Run that in. I just realized that I don't really have a setup, but I guess we could try to make a makeshift one. And what I mean when I say that is that cooling this down is going to take more work because the liquid lock is just going to get warm and cold, right? You know what I'm saying? All right, there is a way around this, technically. Especially with naphtha. First things first, we gotta move out the gas. Oh, there's no power line here. We're just gonna have to pull it from the top. Okay, let's just connect that. Should be fine. 1775. Not too bad. I might want to move out the suits into that line. Okay, and then this is like so. Have that connect. It's not going to actually output yet because there's nothing there. We need to start removing the gas from this room, so the chlorine's going to be nice. Green signal if it's below 5,000, which is pretty good. That way everything gets saturated. There's a little bit of oxygen for them to breathe. That also thins out the gas, so we don't need the suits yet. Let's go into here, beetroot, plume squash. We're out of salt. These are going to be salt mines. Okay, that's connected. Let's get a bottle emptier. Bottle drainer. Okay, and then we need to start filling this up. So naturally, the thing with this is that it's always going to be a gas bubble. Maybe we vacuum first. Or maybe we do both. We vacuum and add the ethanol at the same time. In which case, yeah, that's probably not bad. We could do it this way. Get some ethanol here. We have a lot. All the ethanol. We already have to empty this out and rebuild it. Okay, this is 21. This is 44. It's gonna be some time before that actually needs to be connected, but I do want to get the wire in, get it started. Okay, we'll fix a lot of that side later. All the power. Still moving out some magma. Okay. Wouldn't mind heating this up. Naphtha's pretty good. This is ready. Did we ever finish this? Okay, thanks. We do this tile, and then we could dig this diagonally. The CO2 falls down, and we should be able to pump out the natty gas pretty fast. As long as the dupe doesn't go inside, you know, get wrecked. Look at the chlorine. Okay, so this liquid is probably going to be ethanol as well. We're going to want this to hit -5, right? That's target temperature. It could be a little bit cooler and we're not really too worried. Now we are going to disconnect this because we want to fill up the loop with the liquid before we turn it on. Right? You always want to do that. Okay, might as well start putting in the suit checkpoint for that. And we have a lot of oxygen still. Maybe it's fine. Alright, the other thing I kind of want, this is going to seem kind of weird. Can we actually do this? This is going to be weird. There's going to be a window tile there. It's going to make sense. It's going to make sense. And moving out the gas. I have 141 tons. Convert all the ladders. If it doesn't melt, yeah. That's gonna be the biggest thing. I just got scalding from where? Oh shit. Where did they get that glass from? Wait, was it in here? This was the glass biome. No one should be allowed to go in, though. Yeah, what the heck? Did they pull out glass? Maybe they did. Fix the boiler. Just drain all the naphtha safely. Nice. Always good to hear the fixes happen. There's no glass here, though. This is all diamond. Oh, molten glass. You're right. Ooh, we did not boil the naphtha. Let's go. I chose poorly, but was not punished. Yeah, I forgot about that. Man, where are they getting this hot stuff, man? What the heck? Hot gold. Yeah, we don't use gold. We have so little that I think we'll be fine. Alright, we are gonna do a weird strat. Help push in the gas to make this a little faster. Ethanol is in the loop. Get rid of the bridge. We're just gonna push out the gas. Okay, this is good now. Now this could run. Okay. Not bad. Hopefully that makes pumping out a little bit better. We will have to resweep this. And then breathing in the oxygen is not bad, but it doesn't look like they can breathe in anymore. Checkpoint time. All fixed now. How do I spawn just one tile of magma going down? Spawn one tile of magma. Yo, man. Got a bottle drain. Realistically, though, if you want to automate it, you got to use multiple doors. Controlled spill path, probably. Got to connect it to a wall. Yeah, you probably got to make a little bit of a controlled setup. The big thing is you're going to have like a set space so that when you close the door, you have an idea of how much you'll get every time. And then you'll use that to kind of control how much magma you push out. But that's effectively what you would need. Oh, I thought that was a grub. It's just nuclear waste. 2-stage magma movement. Ooh, my toilets are jammed. Or, well, they will be. The pee water is about to max out. But yeah, at that point, it kind of depends what the exact setup is. Cap and open it. It's high pressure. Oof. Can't open is tough. I'm gonna have to see a screenshot, man. Probably. Ethanol's looking healthy. It's chilling. It's getting cool. This is getting cold too. Milligrams. But yeah, have to make that cup a little bit wider. It's gonna be tough, man. Magma is always fun to deal with. Gotta keep going deeper. Yeah, man. That's actually why I was like, I gotta make it so that we could go underneath the steam box. I was like, yeah, we're probably gonna need to go into here because it's a very weirdly deep magma biome. I feel like at some point we're gonna push the vacuum in so that we could go into the side from the same liquid lock. Maybe. Okay. So I'm hoping by the time we start pumping in the ethanol to the top layer that all the gas is removed and we don't get any air pockets. I'm hoping for that. Alright, the other thing is we'll probably want to do this later anyways. So we pushed out all the gases from here. That way it's pumping a little bit easier. Hopefully a little bit faster. Alright, and another thing we're going to do that's technically going to work, but it's going to be pretty jank at the same time. Let's see. Is it not that tile? Where's my naphtha? Am I out? Wow, we used the naphtha for the liquid lock. Oh, wow. Okay. Y'all got any of them naphthas? 30 grams crude oil. Dude, okay. Naphtha. I spelled it wrong. There's a H. 37 kgs. That's the only tile of naphtha. Alright, we'll do it here. I'm a little bit over, but I think it works. Okay, nice. This is basically kind of ready. So this is cooled down. Nice, we're good again. So that means we get to start processing this pea water. Not that we need more oxygen, but I just want to get rid of the reservoirs. Let's go, abductor. We're gonna empty and mop. Oh. Single tile. The Mambas demanded the dinners. Feed the kitties. Feed the kitties. Kitties deserves all the wet food. Sometimes. Sometimes. Alright, we're gonna move the naphtha to here. This is gonna effectively make a vacuum walk. Right? Because this is a solid tile that we're gonna keep. So what ends up happening is this is gonna be a vacuum and no heat transfer. That way we're not freezing the base. Right? Because that's gonna make this work a lot harder. Oh wow, we're starting to hit high temps. A lot of cooling needs to be done, huh? 30 degrees, 30 degrees, 30 degrees. They're both working pretty hard. Once we stabilize, though, it's going to cool down by a lot. It's going to be a temporary maneuver. Extract pipes. Empty the naphtha. Please don't spill to the right if it does spill. Pushed out properly. Oh my god, left to right. That's perfect. Copy, paste. Let's get rid of this. Alright, we're gonna have to vacuum that ourselves. Empty and granite relocate. We could move the plastic later. Okay, move out the stuff. Negative temps. Pretty good. So naphtha has a tile max of 1,000. So we'll try to push it close. Alright, now we're gonna get a vacuum so there's no heat transfer, and this will actually hit the temperature it needs to hit instead of getting warmed up by the naphtha right there. Nothing's behind it. Yep, looking good. I am probably gonna want to do that lead wire so that we could free up some other lead. Nice. Sweet. Look at that vacuum. Good stuff. 18 and 35. Gas is MCG. Okay, we're at a point where we might be able to just help it out. Because now, once we deconstruct, it's going to thin out the gas a little bit easier. I think that's going to work out pretty well. Both of these. We're going to allow the P... Oh, this is going down again. Oh, no. 1,000 at the bottom. Pipelines are not buildings, so when I had the filter on buildings, I knew it was going to be fine. Okay, I think we're going to be looking for 750-ish. We got the vac. Good stuff. We're gonna have to sweep all that, of course. Demanding dinner. You know how kitty cats are, man. We just serve the kitties. Okay, salt vines. Vacuum room. Let's go. Kitty cats be demanding the foods. Mamba appease, nice. $300. Okay, that's almost done. We have a lot of chlorine to start going through, so I'm not really too worried about this. We are positive on the salt. We're using a little bit of ethanol. That's all good. This is going to be a cooling box. Oh, yeah, the one thing I wanted to do. I feel like this makes sense, but I'm not sure if it actually does. So first things first, we're going to add a ladder right there. And then ladder here. We are going to remove this tile. Both sides are vacuum, so there's no problem with this. And then we're going to put the heavy watt plate here. Let's relocate this now before it gets stuck somewhere. Now we could run the wire through this room instead of going down this way and go down the side for a much cleaner connection. This is minus the core, kind of sucks. Okay, conductive watt wire. It shouldn't get in the way of the plants, right? I guess we'll find out. The planter box is chilling. And then once we get this side built, we just got to do a couple tiles. Delete the tiles, and then deconstruct from the inside. Build the plate, and then there'll be a vacuum on that side. We are effectively looking for that setup. Don't need to do the top. Hopefully they don't get stuck. We would want to prefer these to be done immediately once we can. Maybe even not do that one. Yeah. Alright, looks pretty good. 500. $1,200. Pretty good so far. Alright, let's dig this down. I think even if this pops open, it's not going to be too bad. If anything, too, this is pretty strong hardness value. So ooh. It's staying liquid. That might become a proper tile. Alright, let's just cool this down. Alright, we'll let that chill. This is probably not going to open yet. That got built, nice. How did they build this? Oh, the ladder is there, I guess. They just climbed up. They didn't think about it. That does technically work out. Okay, vacuum's maintained. Ooh, a little bit too much ethanol. Little bit too much. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. They got the jet suits somehow. I have like 100 kilograms too much. I'm hoping that's gonna be okay though. Okay, so we want to build tile there. Heavy watt joint plate there. I guess we will need to do a vacuum lock here. Probably something like that. It's already a vac. So it would be these three. We could set that up later. It's not really that important right now. Build this. And then we build that to push it to the left forcefully. Found a stash of some Red Bull in the magma. Oops. I wonder if I could build it from the inside. That probably makes the most sense. And then we need 2 tiles here. It depends on the material you use. They're basically a metal tile, right? Because you have to use refined metal for the joint plates. So that's the same thing as a metal tile. So it depends on the metal you pick. Insulating metal joint plates. I mean, they gave you a tile, technically. Ooh, this is generating power now. There's a lot of things people would want, though. Insulating joint plates. Doors with the heat transfer stuff. Move out the sandstone. They got it, they got it. Oh, what was that? What's going on, Snowball? Welcome in. I see you over there. How are you? Hello, hello. Okay, good small little joint plate there. Open this up slightly. You good? Thank you. We get some nice chill weather today, so I'm not too mad. It's kind of nice. Getting some nice cold weather. It's kind of nice over here in Cali, where it's usually hot, right? It's going pretty good. Can't complain. I'm doing GMO A-okay. And how lucky you have to be. Do you want to know some tips about that? While it is luck, there's a little bit more that goes into it. That's the one thing about kind of like life in this game in general. That's kind of weird. understanding what people mean when they say, oh, they got lucky. I feel like we're in an age where a lot of people think luck is literally just happen chance. And that's a lot of times not the case. There's more that goes into it. Dude, I remember I did a dive because I was watching a show that was explaining how luck works. And I was like, dude, this is such an amazing concept. And then you realize it's not really luck. It's more so setting yourself up for success. I got sleet wheat, nosh sprouts, and mealwood. Oh, you want to say, so first things first, No Way Plays. Do you want me to talk about how you kind of want to do certain things for GMO AOK? If not, we could just go straight into regular old luck that we have ourselves. This kind of looks ugly, man. I'm not gonna lie. This kind of looks ugly. But it's like, I can't really do anything about that. Water's blocking 24% of radiation. Oh, yeah. Dude. Waterweed. Just gotta stack Wheezeworts around it, I guess. Need more radiation. You could always have too much. But yeah, No Way Plays. Sounds like you want to just figure it out. I'll leave you to it. You have to mutate. Yeah, basically not every seed in the game, but a good amount. And then there's a checklist that you go into the supply. I'm using the satellite. So would you want some advice? I guess is to ask. Yeah, Hunter knows exactly what I'm going to talk about. Are you using your best farmer? That's the thing about GMO AOK that everyone forgets about. If you're not using your best farmer to do the farming, it's harder. No, okay, I'll leave you to it, but you know what it is. You already know what you gotta do. Get a better farmer. I won't explain too deep into that. So, luck is... A lot of times people look at luck as... effectively, oh, they got lucky. Right? And that literally means exactly as it sounds like. Oh, you just got lucky. Nothing really was in their control. Right? And they just kind of... happen chance got into that situation. There was nothing, you know, they did to really get that done. Now the thing is with that is that's not always the case. Luck is not a one-sided lady luck blesses you type of situation. Luck is understanding what it is you're trying to get lucky in and setting yourself up to capitalize on the luck. How many times have you been like, oh man, I wish I had this with me so I would be able to do that. Oh man, if I had my best farmer doing the farming for GMO AOK, I would get more mutated seeds. Right? But it's like, you know, you didn't have your best farmer out there. And it's the concept that luck isn't random success. Luck is being able to capitalize on the situation. Now, it doesn't mean you're an opportunist, right? That's like, you know, jumping on every opportunity that presents itself. It's more so that you have to do a lot of whatever it is, depending what you're trying to do, prep work in order to be in the best situation possible. So in sports, it's basically when you're playing something like soccer, and then, you know, they're shooting the goal, the goalie blocks it, but he doesn't actually catch the ball, and it's bouncing everywhere. And, you know, magically, a dude was where the ball bounces to, and as a result, he was open for a wide open shot. Right? You're gonna argue that guy standing there that wasn't a part of the initial play got lucky. A good thing to reference is maybe the Lakers when Vlade Divac tipped the ball out from inside the paint after being up 2, so that, you know, they couldn't get the shot at the basket. But waiting for them at the 3-point line was one of the best clutch shooters we had. He gets the ball randomly and shoots it and goes in. There's a lot of things that go into that. It's not just him getting lucky that the ball went to him. It was also he was at the 3-point line, and he's also a shooter. He's practiced that shot. Same thing with the soccer player. He's a striker. He didn't have the ball at the time, but if he were to force himself to get into the play forcefully, it would cause more destruction than actually help it. Right? And there's a lot of things that kind of go into that for our day-to-day lives too, in regard to certain things. And there's a little bit of lack of prep work that we, the normal people, don't do. And it's because we keep thinking to ourselves, what's the chance of that gonna happen? But when it does happen, you're not in a situation to make the most of it. And that opportunity, you know, gets squandered. That's the concept of luck. That we think that luck is literally just finding a dollar on the floor, you know, or something like that. But not understanding that you only have a chance of finding a dollar on the floor if you walk outside of the house. Right? And it's like you're giving yourself that chance every time you're walking around outside. Now, that doesn't mean that if you walk outside that you're going to always find it. It's not always going to happen. But when it does, you know, you did things to get to that point. So the soccer player found an open spot in the field, and the ball happened to bounce there. That's the part that's luck. But the other part of it is he's able to make the goal because he stood in a spot that no one was covering, and he was open. Right? That's basically what it is. People look at luck as a one-sided thing when it's not. But yeah, luck is chance. It is, but it also revolves around you putting yourself in the situation to be able to benefit from said chance. Just pick the right numbers on the Migo. Part of me also realized that's kind of what Wayne Gretzky meant. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? Not to mean that you should always shoot, but you shouldn't hesitate in the moment. That's the last one. Hey man, you get it? Good stuff. GMO A-OK, you'll never have to do it again. But yeah, there's a whole little rabbit hole with that luck thing that I was just talking about. It's really interesting, man. Okay. So it's looking pretty good. Temperatures -6. It's no longer running. Boys, it is time to let her rip. What? Oh yeah, this is not connected. Coming in at 33 degrees. -6. Immediately, let's go. Fills up to where I want it to be. Looking good. Let's get the Megafrond in. Now there's a little bit of heat transfer to the joint plate, but it's in a vacuum, so once that cools down, kind of like this, it's going to maintain a little bit better. All right, now we just maintain gas pressure. And we're going to be golden. So now we're going to be able to start doing the chlorine use, using that for a little bit of Megafron. That also allows me to do berry sludge. I don't know if I want to do berry sludge though. But we do have grains now. Make some food with that if we want. Okay, good stuff. So that reminds me, now that we got food, we should probably do this better. This was a fail blog. It really was. We got to rebuild this. All right, first things first, we're going to empty out the water here. We're going to probably rebuild this setup. This is cooling down, but the turbines are barely active. Okay, a lot of nuclear waste is there. Corium doesn't off gas once you dig it out. Kind of nice, I guess. At the same time, feels bad, man. Okay, so chlorine room, good. Metal refinery upgrade, good. All the liquids have space to leave now, good. This no longer needs to be done. The water here is always going to have priority. And it's only going to be the slush water that's looping in that might be a little bit of something I might want to redo a little bit of. Outside of that, it's all looking pretty great. Controlled cold area with a vacuum drop lock. Vac. So now this is going to be at a nice -10. Everything's growing. This needs sand, which these guys are making, so it kind of works out. All right, so this little food box system is pretty good. We could run the wire down this way and connect it directly across here now as well. I don't know if we'll do that yet. Oh, that bastard shine bug had an egg hatch on the neutronium. Dude, we should just kill the shine bug, man. Like, god damn it, dude. And we're gonna have to build a ladder now to go grab that. Dude, these shine bugs, they are a real menace. Well, one of these days, we'll have to clean it up. Alright, natty gas is removed from here. Bump. Get rid of. Power line. Get rid of. All that is good. Let's get rid of the solids here. We're gonna start digging a lot of the mud here. That's gonna be fine. Okay, a little bit more water to mop up. Nuclear waste, solidify. Fun times. Okay, we're gonna pitcher pump here. Just to get some more of the nuclear waste out. Okay, this is not active yet, but we should try to connect that wire. That being said, that's probably going to be my time to upgrade this to a proper steam turbine setup. Like, while this is going to be here, there's a good chance that this is not actually going to be, yeah, we don't need this running anymore. Alright, let's bop that. So no power here, no power there. We're gonna have to fix this right now. These battery plus transformers are probably no real use. Making sure we're not deconstructing the liquid pipe. Because, yeah, these aren't running as much anymore. There's also a transformer line there, so it is kind of being used. We're dumping the power out, so we don't need the top anymore. Joint plates removed. Oh! Did I lag and deconstruct the map? Doesn't look like I did. That's always mad scary. Alright, so I think we end up using this space for a lot of steam turbine stuff. Just makes sense. So let's remove this. Well, no, we probably want to keep those. We want to remove both of those. Probably this as well. Get another ladder here. As I recall, radiation's being sampled at the first tile above the planet box. You don't need to do more anywhere else. If you really wanted, there's a cheese. Like, if you want to guarantee it, there's a cheese. The GMO A-OK. Technically, there's a cheese. There's a cheese. Alright, so I need to condense this water. So we're going to have to add water inside. We could probably just do this, right? Cut this here. Cut that there. Run that into this. And we're just going to dump all the water out. Okay, once it's past AQ, we could just have that forced in. 90 degrees. That works out. So we're not going to need to cool the turbines as much anymore. Pretty good. 1, 2, and then 1, 2. We're gonna go in and mop up all the liquids if we can. This looks like it might be a little too much. Nice. All right, mop it up. AQ, no liquid. I guess there's a little bit inside. So remove the pipage. Let's remove the power from this. Okay. The cooling here is basically bopped. We're still on buildings. We are. So the hydrogen is still chilling. It's cold. I don't think it's going to do too much for us. Automation, liquid vent, thermal regulator, mop up set ethanol, pipe thermal sensor, more automation. And then we will want to get rid of the naphtha at some point. Let's mop that up. Get rid of this. Alright, we'll try to keep as much of this as we can. Oh, the random stickers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Auto save. This kind of makes sense to have here. Let's set that up. A lot of these items, some hot, some cold. All of that CO2 from the nuclear waste area is going to be freed. Good to know. I don't have that a lot of tiles to work with. Do you want to know what cheese for that? No way place. There is technically a cheese for that. Alright, so all of these items will move to here. Because we kind of need to clean it up. Do I need an aqua tuner here? Is it Swiss cheese? If you live in the Alps, maybe. Is it cheating? How about this? I tell you and you be the judge. Because it's like, I don't know if you consider this cheating. I would say it's tedious. So let me ask you this. Have you ever tried to save scum the printing pod for a specific reward? Is that cheating? That's the question. Is that considered cheating? You know how tedious that is? You load the game, check, it's not what you want. Then you have to quit the desktop, relaunch the game. That's tedious, man. God damn. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't know if that's cheating. Right? Is that really cheating? I'm not actually sure. Alright, so we know it's gonna be 4 wide box. We'll probably just do that up here. Which means we move these two. No, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't matter. Do you think save scumming is cheating? Is the question. If it's not, that's all we're doing. And I'll tell you the strat. Because that's technically all it is. That's all it really is, man. Is that cheating? You be the judge. See, I'm just trying to not corrupt them with the idea. You know what I'm saying? It's like playing the game normally in Oni, and then someone told you how to do the infinite pressure glitch. And then now you do it every time. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh man, I accidentally made sour gas. And then it's like, oh, you just put it in a box like this, infinite pressure. They're like, oh, dude, that's so good. So yeah, let me know. I don't have to tell you, but if you want to know, I could teach you the ways. Do you know the way? Okay, so do I need an AQ down here? We have an AQ up top. I don't want to do one just for a thermal regulator. There's... Oh, wait, what geyser is this? Cool steam vent. I'm probably not going to tap that. Good chance we will. So, is there anything else here that might want... Is there anything else here that might want? I see you over there, Box Fox, Merle. I sees you over there. Wait, you're asking the question, so do you want to know? Do you want to know, man? Because now you're asking, dude, how do I do the infinite pressure glitch? I just need to know, man. I don't mind telling you the ways, but like, man, you want to know. Okay, so how it works is that every time your dupe goes to harvest a plant, it looks at the agriculture skill level your dupes have, and you see that seed chance, right? You see that 7% with 2 agriculture skill? You need to get your dupe with the highest attribute of agriculture. That's going to give you a higher seed chance. Now, after you do that, you make sure he's the only one able to harvest. Second, save the game before you harvest. You have to save right before you harvest. Doing it after doesn't really help you. So what you want to do is, before you harvest, save the game. What happens afterwards is that your dupe will harvest, and then the game checks when you harvest. If you harvest and you get a seed, then you have a chance of seeing whether or not it's mutated. So there's 2 steps to it. Seed chance, and then if seed chance equals yes, mutation check. The mutation check always gets skipped because you don't get a seed, right? So you could just save scum that aspect until you get a seed, and then it's goes through the mutation check. In which case, if it's absorbed enough rads, right, when you harvest it, I believe Hunter is probably right with the radiation of the tile when you harvest. And then from there, if you don't get it, just reload the game. But that's exactly what it is you need to do. I missed the mod. The dupes get +1 mood from golden toilets. Oh wow, that's a thing. That's a thing. I didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, that would be the exact steps you need. Now, of course, you know, you want to get the dupe with the highest skill, highest attribute for that. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of resetting. All right, what do I need? Dude, start doing sour gas boiling here. How crazy would that be? -114. -160. Do I have anything that goes below 114? Napta is -50. Ethanol. Brackine. -16. Nectar. -82. So ethanol is still the best priming setup. it just feels kind of gross to have a regulator by itself in here. You could make liquid oxygen or hydrogen. No, we're gonna be using rad bolts. Do you see this? 19,000 rads per tile. That's better than a Fallout reactor. We get so much rads from this baby. Slap the top of the airflow tile. This thing has so many rads. That's basically all we're gonna need. What's going on, Admiral? Welcome in. Hope the base is going well. It's going pretty good so far, man. We cracked in the geothermal today, and oh, I forgot to turn this back on. It's been working pretty well. Molten glass. This is basically our power source. We're using that to feed some aqua tuners here. We got this up today, the Megafron Dash salt fine room, so that we get salt for the rust. And then we get chlorine from the chlorine vent. All works out. And then, is the stream almost over? We're going for a little bit more. I was just thinking to myself, I don't know what I want to do. Because I want to do a thermal regulator right here. Right, so that we do our food storage. This didn't really work out, so we got to redesign it. So I'm gonna want the thermal regulator. I'm thinking of putting an AQ inside, but I have nothing to really use the AQ for. So I'm mulling over what we could actually do with that. I've never played this game. It seems very difficult to manage. Well, I mean, this is arguably the deepest colony management game you have out of all video games out there. So it's like the biggest onion in a world where everything is just an apple. It's really messed up, but good at the same time. You ever go to the fair, get candied apples, and one of them is just an onion with a lot of caramel on the outside? You know what I'm saying? It really do be like that, man. Find out it actually tastes pretty good. But yeah, for the most part, it's the deepest game. Difficult to manage. I would just say that it's hard to really master. The game at the barest part is pretty, you know, straightforward. It's a lot of just, you know, colony management, making sure they have bedrooms to sleep in, a place to eat, right? There's room bonuses for that, Great Hall, barracks, bathroom. And then you have to do a certain amount of goals in order to either A, research, B, refine, or make a system. This is probably the most unique feature to this game. The ability to have buildings interact with each other. There is honestly not a lot of games that do that anymore. Or just in general. Every game that you've probably played is, hey, you want to make this? Stick it in this building and it's going to spit out what you want. Right? There's no actual configuration that you actually have to do to make it better. Whereas a game like this, the design and placement of tiles actually allows you to build elaborate systems. So it becomes a thing where you have to really have a deep understanding of the mechanics, which allows you to then abuse the mechanics and then make a very efficient setup, for lack of better words. So because of all that, it seems like you can easily go awry, right? Everything just kind of messes up. And in that, it might seem difficult, but the core gameplay of it is not that bad. It's more so just dealing with the problems that can happen. Now, we are playing a not max difficulty, but we're playing a modded planet. That's based off of the Dungeons and Dragons 10 Layers of Hell. If you know D&D, there's in the D&D lore in the universe, there's a concept of hell in the 10 layers. Each layer has its own specific kind of like version of hell. And they made a planet based off of it. called the 10 biomes, because in this game you don't have layers, you have biomes, which are these little subsects of area. There's frozen hell here at minus 140 Celsius. There's the classic magma hell at 200. This is sour gas at 200 Celsius versus the 2000 Celsius in the magma. There used to be a disease hell, but we actually used the power of radiation to destroy all the disease. We started in limbo. There is a saltwater hell. And basically, they recreated each of the hells here and made it so that you kind of have to, you know, have fun with it. This map is basically designed to have a lot of traps, per se, or setups to kind of, you know, push you to the limit because they normally don't occur. And as a result, it might seem a little bit more difficult, but it's part of the fun when you're, you know, very well versed in the game. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions outside of that. Oni's a very fun game to kind of get deep into, so to speak. 100% your first two colonies will fail. It'd be like that sometimes. All right, so thermal regulator, I want to use an AQ2, but we have no real use. I guess we could hook it up to here again, because we do have a lot of sour gas we're pumping out, and then we got the mercury. And then after we do that, we have no real use anymore. Like, there's nothing we would need. Like, what else would we need the AQ for? Now, if we don't need it, can we make a non-steam turbine design to kind of run that? I don't think we can. Wait, hold up. What if we run this same design, but we change it? That should work. That should work. All right, let's prototype something. You could flip this, nice. So we kind of have to just assume it works. Here. Run that here. Run that into that. That kind of works. And then we do the same thing here, except this goes into there. I could kind of see how that works, yeah. And then it's we're gonna run gas thermal sensors here. So basically we're gonna double the power by running 2 regulators. We're gonna run the same setup. One of them is gonna be dedicated to the top, one of them is gonna be dedicated to this. And I'm thinking if we split it up like that, it's gonna be fine. Because the problem is that this mass heats up. And as a result, we don't get to cool this down. Because we're sharing the gas. I feel like that's inherently the problem. I might be wrong, though. So I'm thinking we could do something like that. Run a wider setup here. Can we put temp shift plates behind the sensors? We kind of could. I might want to do the aluminum here, though. And then run the 2 aluminum temperature plates like so. Probably seal that up, run the granite, remove this. Oh, wait. We would have to vacuum from here. Can we put a pump inside? Not yet. We probably have to remove one of the thermal regulators temporarily. Which I think it's okay. So move down the napped tile there. And then seal it up. That is probably okay. And then we could just run the lead wire like so. Let's bop one of these, because we're going to have to pump and all that goodness. And let's sweep those items out. Let's get a makeshift ladder set up here. Okay. Let's remove the aluminum from here. Let the naphtha spill. Let the naphtha hit the floor. Nice spillage. We don't really need a lot, so that should be fine. Alright, bridge, we're gonna remove. This goes there. This is steel, so we're gonna have to replace that. We probably keep this. And then this is steel. We're just going to be replacing the tiles before we actually get a proper design here. It's probably going to be... I see. So it's going to be cut up. There we go. And then that's going to be that loop. That doesn't connect. Why? Why doesn't this flow? Okay, that flows now. Okay, we get a loop. That's what we want. Then the bottom loop is here to here. That connects. And then run it straight across. That kind of works. Run this through to here. Nice. Cut that. That goes in. It's somehow less gas. What the heck? How is this less gas than what I was using before? Dude, they don't think it'd be like it is. but it do... Somehow this is less gas. I'll take it. Alright, extract pipe contents. Let's get that cleaned up. Let's clean this. Seal up that side. Let's get this done. Emptying out the H2. Surely this is all going to be gravy. This could literally just be us adding in ice, to be honest. Ice texture. And then that would just keep the turbines. Probably, because it's not generating that much heat. So it's probably going to be fine. Let's move stuff out. And then we want to get tiles here. Pipeline's gone. A lot of the sweeping is gone. Building melted. Temp shifted, right? Yep. Nice, nice. What was that? Nothing bad's happening, right? 200 degrees. We're out of the magma. Okay. That's probably not wise. Let's just put a ladder here. Try to dig these two. Ooh, snack fruit. Okay, the cold's handling it. Vacuum, vacuum. This is chillin'. This needs a little bit more heat, but it's fine. Alright, this got sealed up. I'm gonna get the sweep in this area. Now we gotta do the... double down strat. We're gonna have to pump here. Looks so bad. Pressure vent. Power line. We will need to staircase the naphtha. Shouldn't be too bad. Oil is not enough. Oh my god, we have no bottled naphtha. Wow. I mean, it is what it is. Let's grab the oil from here. Okay, we're gonna be moving out the setup. I wish you weren't idling here, my dude. Alright, so green signal, we're gonna do above 6.9, that's fine. This was, what was it, minus 30? Because it's 45 and 45. 48, yeah, so minus 30. Drop of oil. Alright, we get the vac now. Right, I'm just cleaning, boys. Getting the classic vacuum. Y'all know what it is. Alright, there's no more steam anymore, so I think we could remove this. Bunch of the stuff inside we could remove as well, but this is just kind of an eyesore. Probably not gonna need that. Probably not gonna, well, maybe. Okay, just want to make sure everything here is clean. Yep, nothing inside the sweep. It's almost done vacuuming already. Let's go. Oh, wow. The nuclear waste is done. All right. Mop this. Hopefully they'll be able to move it out. Moving out grams. So these are going to bleed. Okay. This is removed. Let's rebuild the restroom. Ceramic. 99. Why not? Hatches. Chillin'. Oh my god. We ate all the crushed rock. Let's go. Is that real? Did we eat all the crushed rock? Crushed rock is a sand-like rock that just falls down. And you get that a lot in the starter biome. Mafic, sandstone sedimentary, ceramic. Is all... I don't even know what color crushed rock is, dude. Feels weird, man. I mean, if we ate it all, man, it's no real reason to be mad. All is good. All right, so that means we gotta start doing regular plus stone babies. Up to 8, and then we're gonna put sedimentary here. 1,000 tons of sedimentary. Let's go. Okay, that's going to be also a lot in here that we're not going to have to worry too much about. Hatches will be fed. They will, they will. We got the vac. Ceiling collapse. That was probably by the mud area. Okay. These two, no automation, just wire, gas line, power line, pressure vent. Please don't breathe out inside, that's all I ask. Sweet. Let me get a bottle of ethanol. Remove the pump. I'm hoping this works. Oh, you bastard. Okay. It does do the thing that I was worried about. Oh, man. I can't believe they done this. That's this tile. God damn it. So they could breathe and then pull the CO2 diagonally, which is kind of... God damn it, dude. Okay. 50 kgs. Get another bottle. I guess we don't need a lot. Maybe we do want at least another one. Nah, I think we'll be fine. One bottle. Never lucky. Broke the vacuum. Alright, now that we have this safety tile. Okay, how are we over on this side? This is looking all right. Back up to 900 degrees. Let's go. This spilled out. Nothing heated up. This is pretty good. We just got a lot of magma now. All right, from here we could climb up, start digging a little bit. Don't mind me. We're just digging. Just digging the hot stuff. You can't reach that? Oh, right here. Okay, then we'll be able to reach everything. There we go. You're doing the ethanol cooling loop? Yep. We did a single regulator for the freezer and the loop. It didn't work out. So we're doubling the regulators. One dedicated to cool and one doing the freezing loop. Hopefully that's going to be good enough. But yeah, it turned out that by itself, it wasn't able to do both, which kind of sucks. What's going on, though, Ghost Rider? I see you over there. If you guys don't know Ghost Rider, he's the only person I've ever met that successfully tax evaded. He stopped paying his taxes. And then when the IRS came, he was like, I'm the Ghost Rider, penance stare. And they got intimidated. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Sometimes, man, it seemed jank, but it might work. And that's how he got dubbed the name Ghost Rider. Alright, pretty good. I made that up, by the way. Not a real story. Don't get in trouble, please. I don't want my mans getting in trouble. Flip steel? We're in. Got the line. I don't want this powered yet. Alright, so if they breathe the oxygen, CO2 is here, which is drop locked. So shouldn't have to worry anymore. Unless they're breathing in diagonally, which is mad illegal. You see that? That was gonna happen again. Goddamn dudes. Okay, so temp shift plate, automation wires, sensors set. We have the two loops moving, power wires ready to be connected. Let's get the seal. Please don't. I mean, they shouldn't go inside. There's no reason to. Good stuff. Alright, so we need to hit target temp of -30. Let's see if we do that. Okay, looking all right. How much time do we have here? 4.5 seconds. So we got to get this connected. Made a oh, I forgot to build the water res. Oh no, bro. Everyone's peeing themselves. Oh no, bro. Build the res. Oh my god. Where are they making the mess at? That could be bad. One, two. Okay, in the suit. 1, 2. Okay, that get into the fish tank. I guess that's not that bad. Grub's chilling. Top of the oil, I saw some teeth. This oil? This is not oil though. Oh yeah, right there. Oil? That's naphtha, baby. This oil. Maybe there's some oil right there. Take the hatch eggs, I guess. Whoa, my man with the optimal sleeping position. You heard me talk smack about him. My bad. All right. Toilets are now included. My bad. Ha. My bad. All right, so this is going to heat up. This is already cooling down. We are at -26. I need to see whether or not that works long term. Okay, now the next thing is doing the power in this area. Okay. We might want to do a bridge here. Feels like it's necessary. Probably upgrade this to heavy conductive. Remove these two, and then that makes the connection a little bit more straightforward. Let's get the lead wire here. Heavy conductive wire. For now, we'll probably just have to do it like this. Let's get the lead right there as well. Alright, we're literally just upgrading. We are gonna make it look pretty later. Classic, right? It'll look good later, man. But now, we just gotta make sure it works. -30. -30. Alright, we might be okay. This is stopped running. So this makes it so that I don't have to cool the naphtha down. Okay. This does mean I gotta get the watt plate right there. We gotta do that, get the cut. I upgraded to regular conductive. Oh, not wise. Instead of heavy conducted. Alright, so these turbines will just add power to everything. Gonna go with a double regulator setup, no steam turbines. Toilet water is good again. Going through. Ooh, okay, so we got a little bit of here trimmed. Let's move that to here. We want to move a lot of the hot abyssalite away. If we can. Technically, I should try to spill this out into here. Well, that's rock gas. All right, maybe we don't get too close to that. Too close, man. Too close. Okay, I do kind of want to trim this if I could. I guess we keep that to dig this. And then we do it like that. Any amount of heat, let's just move it in. Please don't full submerge this. We're just dumping all the hot items on the window tile. Alright. I'm gonna turn some of these off. We're just gonna keep the one. Steady stream of power. Alright, these are full, which means I don't have consumers. At least not enough. Okay, so it might be time to start getting this primed up and ready. Okay, so I've never set the temperature here. Both of these are going to be at 24 degrees. Water's inside's decent. It's looking good. A little bit of heat leak here, but I think it's fine. Keeping the dupes working. Ooh. The pea water almost fell into the liquid lock area. Kind of scary, dude. It's cooling down. Dropping out the magmas. Alright, slowly clearing out the biome. It's not bad. Minus 36, no longer active. Ethanol is gonna boil soon. 78. And then it's just going to maintain, I think. That would mean we'd be able to upgrade from the kitchen to this kitchen. Dude, 2,000 kgs of tallow. It's looking nice, man. Looking nice. Not bad. Minus 34, minus 30. There's a little bit of heat transfer here. That's kind of bad. As long as that's minus 30, though, it's probably gravy. It's looking all right. A little bit of off gas there, but nothing to worry about. Pea water. What are they using pea water for? Oh, this. I forgot that's consuming pea water at a steady rate. I was like, where is this disappearing to, dude? Crazy. That kind of works out. Alright, good stuff. That's all working pretty well. We could do this wire. It's not important, though. Everything else is connected. Alright, food storage. Good. I guess we could start moving some items through. I want to see the ending temperature of the items before we actually start doing some more stuff. We could adjust the temperature here. $23. I guess we can go a little bit lower. Let's go down to 15, both sides. Okay, CO2, moving it out. Okay, now let's start getting some power wires from here. So 1, 2, 3. These gens are not on. This is an emergency in case we need the powerless. This has a line. Oh yeah, we gotta trim this part, here, here. Clean that up. That's why the bathrooms always have reed as overflow, cleaning 7 of them. Yeah, the reed is nice. I really should make an overflow setup now. I really should try to make one of those. Alright, we're just gonna dump the water as we get it now. Everything here is gone then. I really should do something about that. Alright, this setup's working pretty well. So we just get free power here. Alright, so we have a box of 199 Celsius liquid naphtha. The funny thing is that normally this would overheat, right? Given how it's about 3 times hotter than the overheat temperature. But because we're in a vacuum, there's no heat transfer. So that allows us to kind of abuse this being made out of copper and not steel. And then we just keep adding in the hot naphtha till it's cooled down. And then we just keep looping it. Nice little power source. Ooh, the Mega Frond. Oh, this is not deep freeze. Okay. Let's start putting in the ingredients in. Alright, put in the cooking ingredients that you can't really eat. I am hoping this is gonna be fine. I guess keeping it at 0 is good enough. Okay, allow manual use. Connect that to the power. Okay, so we do need to get some more power on the left side. Now, the good news is that technically we have transformers right here. So realistically speaking, I probably just use the power that we have right here instead of running a wire from over here. The only thing is that we don't really have cooling for that. That might be what this could be helpful for. We could also just put 1 Weezwort and that would cool everything down. Nonetheless, I probably do want to run it on the side. Get at least 3. We could run the aluminum. $126. It's taking time. That single gas pump is doing the best it can. Ooh, the power is down. It's going back up though. It's probably the moment this stabilizes, it's gonna spike back up, go back to full. The heat from here is pretty good. Sweeping out some tiles still. Let's put a second bottle emptier. Okay, we could dig 1 of those. And then from this side, we could trim the top. We're probably going to keep this there. Oh, he's going to get stuck. There we go. Ooh. Coppers. Okay, ethanol. It's a lot again. Not bad, not bad. Alright, we're working on the magma. We will eventually connect the diamond spike into the rock gas. But that's going to be after we clear out a lot more space. At least I would want to clear out a little bit more space. Everything's working pretty well, though. Okay, so we're not going to need this. Nor that. Nor this. Nor that. Just got to clean up some of the pipes. The O2's looking pretty good. I'll probably want to clean that up as well. And probably make some upgrades to a lot of the wiring stuff that we have in here. Okay, now that that's like that, copy, paste. Copy, paste. Let's get rid of this. Let's finish the musher, and then we get rid of that. Since we can. Plastic ladder time. This is open, that's fine. Okay, so I need to make sure the dupes don't climb in and breathe. I gotta watch over this. Yep. Travel speed is so pivotal in this game. A lot of people don't even realize that you get a flat run speed bonus on normal tiles. That goes away if you build insulated or airflow. A lot of people don't realize the power of normal tiles. It's actually pretty solid. Yeah, plastic or metal tiles have an even better bonus. Okay, so wire down there. We're gonna have that connect from here. This pump is never really gonna be needed anymore. We'll keep these connected. I don't know how much we're gonna need. I guess we'll do that connection. Let's get rid of that. A little bit of cleanup. Can you show me the Pokeshell trap? I could never set it up right. Oh, okay. Very simple setup. You gotta do the doors like this. If you're a flying critter, like this guy, he's just gonna float there forever. But how you want to do this is, I sweep the eggs into the room. You gotta make sure you don't loop the eggs. Critter sensor is set to only critters. You're not counting eggs. You're just waiting for them to hatch. And then when they hatch, you open the door so they get enticed by the open door. And then once they're inside, it's considered a separate room. Flying critters could just float, but anything that can't fly will fall down. And then as a result, you're just trying to make sure, you know, whatever you're doing with the Pokies. I'm feeding them pea dirt so they get sand generation. Sand gets used up here. But yeah. Is there a specific part that was bopping you? Otherwise, that should be how it works. Pretty straightforward. Let me know though, man. Something's not working right. Good sweeps. You don't have the doors on. Yeah, so you need to make this... Oops. You need to make this into a room. And then you only open one of the doors. I guess you could open both, but yeah, I just do the one. With the critter sensor like that. I feel like the biggest thing with this is selecting critters only. Some people have the eggs and don't realize it's bopping them. All right, so we are going to do pause here, here, potentially disconnect that. Oh, ha. I never got this done. Which means we got to do the conductive line here. And then we just run that across, and then the bottom is powered. Yes. Okay, so now we do this setup. Run that. Power there. Okay, so this wire with the suits is at 1440, 1680. That's also going to be active, so that's good enough. Not going to need this bridge. Probably not actually going to need any of that wire. We built it there not realizing that we don't really need it. This transformer doesn't really make sense anymore. Get rid of that. Why is that red? Like it's overloading. Suspect. Okay, so now this has 1440 on the line. Here suits these pumps and the filter. I guess we should connect that too, but at the same time, not really. Now over here, we want to stop running this. How much is on? It's only 12. That's kind of impressive how little that seems. Run that way. Not gonna need that. Everything here is weirdly connected. Let's disconnect that line. Have this connect there. Get rid of this bridge plus wire setup. And then once this gets built, we could disconnect that. There is this line up here that is probably fine to swap back. And then we get rid of the wheel runner on this side. Yeah, it's all one wire. Just wanted to remove the extra and kind of like make it look nice. And then we have a wire here that could go into the rad bolt if needed, but it's probably going to go up and to the right. And then replace some of this on the side. So there was a lot of deodorizing we was doing. We're probably okay to keep that going. And then that side is a rock crusher area off of the wheel. Okay, this Baator drainer is not going to be needed. Okay, this is built. Nice connection. Since this is there, this is no longer needed. Zero load. Let's go. Chuck that. Oops. Decon this. Trim that. Power that way. 1415. 480. So we could actually add that as well. Okay. So we'll take this wire. Run that to here. Cut that. Deodorizer. This means we got to remove this wire completely. We're not going to need this wheel anymore. The Rex is hanging out by himself. What the heck is this? Solid nuclear waste. Seems legit. Oh, he walked through the cold area and it's solidifying the nuclear waste. That's so jank. Okay, we'll connect that. Connect this. 1895. That's pretty good. We could probably connect that and remove a lot of the middle stuff. Don't need to do it though. Okay, so on this side, we'll remove all of that. This is just ethanol we made for the time being, but we're never going to make ethanol again. So we're going to try to empty this. We do have another wire we could replace on this wheel. Yeah, a bunch of deodorizers. Let's just make the upgrade here. Okay. Run that this way. Up, down, setup. Run this like that. I guess we trim this and run this across. And then I also want to run suits on this. We should be able to do all that. Not much consumers. Because of how that works, we probably just move the rock crusher down here. Get rid of that. And then we don't have to run the wheel anymore. I don't think we need this deodorizer. We have one here and one that side. Same thing over here. I think we get rid of those. Operation Cleanup Slightly. This is the first phase of cleanup. We're just replugging everything in. Getting rid of some hamster wheels. I mean, we should probably keep some. I'll probably keep these. Just because it's like... the dupes need a workout. The dupes gotta work out, man. Okay, 500 degrees. I will try to spill this out. But we're climbing up this way still. Maybe spill out the molten glass from here. Have some more wire space if we need to. Oh, there we go. And autosave lag. Not bad. Let's get rid of this. Bottle drainer. CO2, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Data banks. Ooh, food storage. Actually storing food, let's go. The kitchen got moved. Jawbo egg, nice. The homies, oops. The homies get another homie. Okay, so a lot of these wires don't need to be there anymore. We probably cut this, cut that, cut that. Decon on these. Get these three. Get that connected, that connected. 1090. Wow, we have a lot of space on this still. That's not bad. That's actually enough space for the rad bolts. Weirdly enough. That works out really well. Don't need this wheel. We gotta cut this part. Get these two out of there. Looking good. Okay, so we broke into the geothermal. We have power now. Good stuff. Having power is going to be great times. Looks like the regulator is all right. I can't really tell. I don't know if this is working well. I want to say it is, but at the same time, I'm not sure. The food is in deep freeze. It's working pretty good. 40, 31. Yeah, that's why. Oh, you're saying add another one. No, maybe we might. If we need to, we'll have to expand that, dude. That's gonna be so jank. That's gonna be so jank. Not one, but two. Right, just keep adding it. Realistically, I probably should have did it up here and just had a long gas pipeline. But it should be alright. People of chat, this is gonna be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. Good times. Progress, geothermal biomes, broke it into. I completely forgot about databanks. I still don't have Radbolt rockets yet. We need databanks. So I need to remember about that. We're pumping out the sour gas slowly but surely. We got a little bit of a better food storage, but we need to test out whether or not the regulators keep up. The chlorine is now being consumed, which is nice. Yeah, don't have anything in the orbits. Tallow's up to 2.3. That's really good. And then it looks like we're going to want to go deeper into the biomes. We're slowly dealing with the magma. We're probably going to avoid tapping volcanoes, but we will consume the magma for power. And then we're probably going to do some more Radbolt engines at some point, getting proper setup now that we actually have a meta refinery. The thing that I'm considering is actually moving in a rock crusher in here made out of steel so that we could convert the fossil into lime inside. Because all of the items in here need to be cooled down. Or maybe we make a debris chiller. That could be another thing. Just sweep everything up here and run it through a debris chiller. We'll have to see. But guys, it's gonna be time for us to get that saving.